Chapter 769. Fellow Daoist Tang Wangkung has returned? Why is it so sudden? After hearing the news of Tang Wangkung's return, the great magicians of the primordial world were only a little shocked by his sudden return and did not think too much about it. However, it was different with a few people. For example, Dong Huang Tai knew exactly what was in the Zifu prefecture. Logically speaking, there was no possibility of Tang Wangkung's origin there. However, the direction of Tang Wangkung's voice was the Zifu prefecture. What did that mean? It meant that someone had secretly destroyed his arrangements and helped Tang Wangkung resurrect. Thinking of this, Dong Huang Tai's eyes were filled with anger. Very good. I haven't made a move for too long, so much so that some people have forgotten my methods. How dare you cause trouble in front of me? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. With a cold smile, Dong Huang Tai's body gradually disappeared as he rushed toward the Zifu prefecture. If Dong Huang Tai was only angry, then the others, such as the three pure ones and the Queen Mother of the West, who knew that the real Tang Wangkung had been resurrected. After the initial shock, their hearts were filled with a huge anger, and their faces were distorted with anger. Anger. Incomparable anger. With their wisdom, how could they not figure out what had happened? It was obvious that someone had taken advantage of Tang Wangkung's absence to impersonate him and completely replace him. If this person really succeeded and confirmed Tang Wangkung's identity, then even if the real Tang Wangkung appeared, he would not be able to call himself Tang Wangkung. An impersonation could not replace Tang Wangkung's strength and realm, but it could replace his identity and karmic position. The most important thing for Tang Wangkung was the karmic position of the head of the male immortals and the identity of the Khanate god fiend. If he lost these advantages, how could Tang Wangkung compete with Dong Huang Tai? Compete with the human emperor? Furious, the three pure ones rushed directly to the Zifu prefecture. They wanted to see who was so bold as to impersonate Tang Wangkung. However, although the three pure ones were fast, there was one person faster than them. That was the Queen Mother of the West. They did not know what relationship this goddess had with Tang Wangkung, but she took care of him. In order to revive Dong Wangkung, he did not hesitate to make a deal with the Grand Pure One. Now, things had finally made progress, but a fake Tang Wangkung had suddenly appeared to ruin her plans. How could the Queen Mother of the West not be angry? The moment the fake Eastern Wang Gong spoke, the Queen Mother of the West walked out of West Kunlun aggressively and rushed towards the Zifu prefecture with a murderous intent. Her speed was no slower than Tai Yi's, who was in the primal chaos realm. This showed how furious Shi Wangmu was. She was about to lose her mind. On the other side, Feng Zichen, oh no, Tang Wangkung, had just been resurrected. He was feeling complacent and had no idea that danger had arrived. He was very proud now. If he was not wrong, his sudden resurrection must have shocked many people. This was especially true for the three pure ones. Their expressions were definitely extremely interesting. It was just a pity that he couldn't personally take a look, which made this fun a little less. If there was a chance, Feng Zichen really wanted to run to the three realms and shout to them, "You didn't expect me to have this move, did you?" If he really did this, Feng Zichen didn't know how the three pure ones would react, but they would definitely find it very exciting. Just thinking about it was already very exciting, let alone putting it into practice. After stretching his body, Tang Wangkung was about to leave the Zifu prefecture. At this moment, he had just been resurrected. Although he was at the great perfection of the sage-to-be, his strength was barely at the early stage of the sage-to-be. In the eyes of ordinary people, such strength was naturally a high and mighty existence. However, if he encountered the three pure ones, Dong Huang, and the others, he was just a slightly stronger ant. It might be an exaggeration to say that he could kill them casually, but he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand a few moves. He was afraid that he would be killed by the three pure ones and the others as soon as he was resurrected. Tang Wangkung was about to escape. However, his speed was still one step slower. Just as Tang Wangkung was about to enter the void, he heard a clang. A supreme suppressive force came and directly squeezed him out of the void. It was Dong Huang Tai. He took over Teng Wangkung's identity and naturally inherited his memory. Hearing the familiar bell sound, Teng Wangkung immediately recognized its origin. Donghuang Bell. Being fixed in the void by the bell of chaos, Teng Wangkung watched Donghuang Tai walk over from the void. There was no panic in his eyes at all. With his current strength, he was naturally no match for Donghuang Tai, but he had helpers. His helpers were enough to stop Donghuang Tai. "Let me see who you are." Coming in front of Teng Wangkung, Donghuang Tai stretched out his hand and was about to crush him to find out his true identity. However, at this moment, the void suddenly distorted. Everything was upside down, chaotic, and disorderly. Everything was changing to the most primitive state. Soon, the power of the Bell of Chaos was wiped out, and Teng Wangkung regained his freedom. Whoosh! With a leap, Teng Wangkung escaped from Donghuang Tai's hands. Donghuang Tai did not stop him. He just stared in the direction of the majestic power with a solemn expression. The Nether Realm. It was the power of reincarnation from the Nether Realm. It was Goddess Hoodoo who had made a move. She was Teng Wangkung's helper. With her ability, she could completely stop Donghuang Tai. "Hoodoo, are you going to stop me?" Without looking at Teng Wangkung, Donghuang Tai just stared coldly at the Nether Realm and said faintly. Goddess Hoodoo did not answer Donghuang Tai. Instead, she responded with her actions. She walked out of the Nether Realm step by step and stood in front of Tai. Although she did not say anything, her meaning was very clear. "I will protect this person." Although Tai was blocked by Goddess Hoodoo, it did not mean that Teng Wangkung's problem was solved. Whoosh! An ancient mirror pierced through the void and shone toward Teng Wangkung with the power of time. In an instant, Teng Wangkung felt that the time that belonged to him was quickly rewinding. If he did not stop it, it would not be long before he returned to his state before his resurrection. That was the state of the innate source of Yang. Mirror and the power of time and space. When these two characteristics were connected, Teng Wangkung immediately thought of a Dharma treasure, the supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure Kunlun Mirror. It was the Queen Mother of the West who had made a move. With a thought, Teng Wangkung took out the supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure Dragonhead Walking Stick. Vast innate Yang Qi surged out and directly broke through the seal of the Kunlun Mirror. The Dragonhead Walking Stick was a supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure. It was a treasure that Tao ancestor Hongjun had given to Teng Wangkung. Since he wanted to pretend to be Teng Wangkung, Feng Zichen had already made thorough preparations. Feng Zichen did not find Teng Wangkung's accompanying spiritual treasure, the Jingyang Bell. However, when he borrowed the Panga god to collect the primordial world, he found this pure Yang treasure, the Dragonhead Walking Stick. With the dragon-headed walking stick in his hand, his identity as the Duke of Teng Wang was confirmed a little. The Queen Mother of the West, who was already very angry, was undoubtedly even angrier when she saw the Dragonhead Walking Stick in Teng Wangkung's hand. He even got the Dragonhead Walking Stick. It seemed that this evil creature was determined to pretend to be brother Teng Wangkung. With this thought in mind, the Queen Mother of the West's movements became even fiercer. Streams of innate supreme divine light were released from her hand, directly beating Teng Wangkung until his body was covered with wounds. "You're courting death." Feng Zichen had not felt the feeling of being suppressed like this for a long time. He made up his mind and activated the Dragonhead Walking Stick with all his strength. Roar! A shocking dragon roar sounded. The dragon head on the Dragonhead Walking Stick seemed to come to life and opened its head slightly. "Pure Yang sword, out!" Teng Wangkung suddenly shouted as he pointed at the dragon head. Then, a shocking change happened. A faint golden light was emitted from the Dragonhead Walking Stick. Then, the body of the walking stick under the Dragonhead Walking Stick slowly disappeared. At the same time, a golden sword body was slowly spat out from the mouth of the Dragonhead Walking Stick. When the body of the Dragonhead Walking Stick completely disappeared, the appearance of the Dragonhead Walking Stick had changed greatly. It had completely turned into an innate divine sword. Swish! In an instant, an awe-inspiring killing intent, mixed with the pure innate pure Yang Qi, surged out from the sword body. In just a moment, the world was shrouded in a murderous aura. This was the top innate spiritual treasure, the pure Yang sword. At the same time, it was also the true body of the dragon-head walking stick. Who was Feng Zichen? The primitive sword ancestor. The moment he got the dragon-head walking stick, he already knew that the appearance of this walking stick was not its true body. Its true body was an innate divine sword, an extremely powerful innate divine sword. If Zichen's sword had not appeared out of nowhere, this innate pure Yang sword would have been the #1 divine sword in the primitive world. The 2 innate killing swords, Yuan-Tu and Avici, as well as the 4 innate immortal killing swords, Trap, Absolute, Slaughter, and Execution, were all individually incomparable to this innate pure Yang sword. This was because this sword was a pure emperor's sword. Why did Dao ancestor Hong Jun give the dragon-head walking stick to Teng Wangkeng? Because he was the leader of the male immortals in the world. The Dao ancestor gave this treasure to him because he had high hopes for Teng Wangkeng. He hoped that he could bear the corresponding responsibility. Otherwise, he would not have given this divine sword that symbolized the emperor to Teng Wangkeng. Unfortunately, Teng Wangkeng failed to live up to Dao ancestor Hongjuan's expectations. After getting the dragon-head walking stick, he was completely immersed in the identity of the leader of the male immortals in the world and became arrogant. As a result, he did not discover the secret of the dragon-head walking stick, causing the divine sword to be covered in dust. Until Teng Wangkeng's death, it did not have the chance to show its edge. Fortunately, now that he met Feng Zichen, he finally had the chance to show its edge. Whoosh! After receiving the pure Yang divine sword, Teng Wangkeng casually drew a few sword flowers, bursting out billions of resplendent sword lights, sweeping toward the Queen Mother of the West. Seeing the dragon-head walking stick turn into a pure Yang divine sword, the Queen Mother of the West's eyes were filled with shock. She had been in contact with the dragon-head walking stick for more than a day or two, but she never knew that the dragon-head walking stick's true body was actually an emperor's sword. In fact, the Queen Mother of the West was certain that even Teng Wangkeng did not know about this matter. Looking at the power of this sword, if Teng Wangkeng had been able to master it back then, even if he could not defeat Tai, he would not have lost so miserably. On the other side, Dong Wang Tai, who was confronting Goddess Hoodoo, could not help but raise his eyebrows when he sensed the birth of the pure Yang sword. He felt that the power of this sword was even greater than the Sun God's sword in the hands of his brother, Di Jun. It was truly an incredible divine sword. Teng Wangkeng did not know that he was guarding a supreme treasure. At this moment, Dong Wang Tai could not help but have such a thought. In fact, he was not the only one. Even the other great divine abilities who saw the pure Yang divine sword had the same thought. Teng Wangkeng did not regret his death. He could not even recognize the supreme treasure in his hands. There was no one else in the primordial world who could do this. It was enough to be recorded in history and admired by future generations. No one was a fool. When they saw the Queen Mother of the West coming to find trouble with Teng Wangkeng in anger and even joining forces with Tai, they gradually figured out what was going on. There was probably something wrong with the Teng Wangkeng in front of them. However, although they had discovered the problem, no one meddled in other people's business. After all, no one wanted to see Teng Wangkeng return. The title of the leader of the male immortals in the world had really offended too many people. It would be fine if he kept a low profile. Out of sight, out of mind. They would just pretend that he did not exist. However, he did not know that and insisted on claiming to be the leader of everyone. Even Di Jun was not as arrogant as him. If he did not die, who would? This was also the reason why no one helped when Teng Wangkeng was killed by Dong Wang Tai. He had made himself a loner. He had no friends. In fact, after seeing Teng Wangkeng summon the pure Yang divine sword, everyone could not help but feel that the Teng Wangkeng in front of them was more like the real Teng Wangkeng. The one from before was the fake one. He was peerless and talented. His entire body exuded a domineering aura. This demeanor was far from what the Teng Wangkeng in the past could compare to. The hidden sword had suffered billions of setbacks. Today, it revealed its sharpness. A majestic sword intent slashed out from the pure yang divine sword's body. With an earth-shaking power, it directly defeated the Kunlun mirror. During the period when it transformed into the dragon-headed walking stick, the pure yang divine sword did not do nothing. It was accumulating power and nurturing the sword. Why does your pure yang divine sword have such an ability and can be called the #1 sword path in the primordial world? It was all thanks to the dragon-headed walking stick. It was like a sword sheath that had been nurturing the pure yang divine sword. It was precisely because of the dragon-headed walking stick's nurturing for countless years that the pure yang divine sword could display such sharpness today. If Tung Wang Kung had pulled out the pure yang divine sword back then, it might not have had its sharpness today. Shua, as the sword light danced, it created a scene of evenly matched strength between Tung Wang Kung and the Queen Mother of the West. But in fact, Tung Wang Kung was no match for the Queen Mother of the West. He was only at the early stage of the quasi-sage realm, while the Queen Mother of the West was at the half-step primordial chaos realm, infinitely close to the primordial chaos realm. The gap between them was not something that a pure yang divine sword could make up for. Now, Tung Wang Kung was able to fight evenly with the Queen Mother of the West because of his last breath. When this breath was released, he would not be far from defeat. Chapter 770. The Queen Mother of the West clearly understood this. For this reason, she did not choose to fight head-on with Tung Wang Kung. Instead, she engaged in a tug-of-war with him. He was just waiting for Tung Wang Kung to vent his anger so that he could give him a fatal blow. In the blink of an eye, several moves had passed. At a certain moment, after Tung Wang Kung swung his sword, his aura suddenly began to drop. He could no longer maintain his previous combat strength. Seeing this, Shi Wangmu's eyes lit up. She raised the Kunlun mirror and shot out a vast and mighty beam of clear light, intending to suck Dong Wang Gong into the mirror. At the critical moment, a great hall descended from the sky and firmly protected Tung Wang Kung, blocking the attack for him. Demon Master Palace. The demon race's teaching treasure. It was Kunpeng, the demon emperor of the North Underworld, who saved Tung Wang Gong. Kunpeng, do you want to be a busybody? Seeing that the Demon Master Palace had stopped her, the Queen Mother of the West said with displeasure. When dealing with Patriarch Kunpeng, he was not as relaxed as when dealing with Patriarch Kunpeng. After all, the latter was far inferior to him, while the former was in existence on the same level as him. Haha. Fellow Daoist Queen Mother of the West, poor Wei is here. You won't be able to touch fellow Daoist Dong Wang. Old Ancestor Kunpeng said to the Queen Mother of the West with a smile as he walked out of the void and stood beside Dong Wang Gong. Why? Fellow Daoist, why are you siding with this thief who pretends to be brother Dong Wang Kong? Or does fellow Daoist know this thief? Shi Wangmu asked hatefully as she suppressed her anger. Fellow Daoist, you must be crazy. This fellow Daoist is Dong Wang Kung. How can you say that he's an impostor? Also, the poor Wei has formed an alliance with Tung Wang Kung. We can't just sit by and watch you attack her. Looking at the Queen Mother of the West, the Kunpeng Patriarch pretended to be puzzled and asked her. His expression was as if he really did not know that the Tung Wang Kung in front of him was fake. Seeing this, how could the Queen Mother not know that the Kunpeng old ancestor was in cahoots with the fake Dong Wang Gong? Shi Wangmu was filled with hatred. She brought out the Kunlun mirror and attacked the Kunlun old ancestor. However, even though the Queen Mother of the West was fast, someone was faster than her. Kunpeng brat, how dare you appear in front of me? You're courting death. Bell of Chaos, kill. Dong Wang Tai's voice was filled with murderous intent. Then, the Bell of Chaos flew across the sky and smashed through the layers of space, heading towards Ancestor Kunpeng. In an instant, the power of the Bell of Chaos surged over and froze Patriarch Kunpeng and Duke Dongwang in place. They could not move at all. Rumble. The Bell of Chaos came crashing down. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into chaos. That powerful force brought the threat of death to the two of them. However, they did not even have the strength to struggle. They could only watch as the bell of chaos crashed over. Break. At the critical moment, Goddess Hoodoo made her move. The projection of the 6 paths of reincarnation silently appeared, twisting space and throwing order into chaos. It slammed the bell of chaos to the side and saved the 2 of them. Hutu, you, Dong Huang Tai was enraged when he saw this. He picked up the bell of primal chaos and charged toward Goddess Hoodoo. Almost at the same time, the Kunlun mirror quietly arrived, shooting out rays of clear light that enveloped the 2 of them, wanting to swallow them up. Break. Patriarch Kunpeng's body swayed and directly transformed into his original form. He looked like a Kun but was not a Kun. He used his powerful divine ability to fight the Kunlun mirror head-on. Patriarch Kunpeng walked the path of entering the Tao through divine abilities. His cultivation was all in his physical body and divine abilities. He was extremely powerful and was comparable to a supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasure. Although the Kunlun mirror was powerful, it could not do anything to Patriarch Kunpeng. If he did not have some skills, how could he dare to call himself the North Sea Demon Emperor and compete for hegemony in the world? Just as Patriarch Kunpeng was fighting with the Queen Mother of the West, in the 5th manor of Longevity Mountain, Zenyuanzi looked at Patriarch Kunpeng's figure with a gloomy expression. At this moment, how could he not know that he had been used? Zenyuanzi, who had been blaming himself for secretly joining the saint behind Feng Zichen's back, no longer blamed himself. There was only endless anger in his heart. After being schemed against like this, even Zenyuanzi, who was a good person, could not help but have the intention to kill. Kill. He flipped his hand and took out the Earth Book. Zenyuanzi attacked Patriarch Kunpeng through endless space. Rumble vast power surged from the void, emitting a vast and heavy aura. It attacked Patriarch Kunpeng directly, wanting to kill him. At this moment, Patriarch Kunpeng was fighting the Queen Mother of the West with all his strength. He had no energy left to block this attack. The timing of Zenyuanzi's attack was really too coincidental. It happened to be the critical moment when Patriarch Kunpeng was fighting the Queen Mother of the West. He could not dodge at all. If this attack landed, even if Patriarch Kunpeng did not die, he would lose a layer of skin. Kill. At the critical moment, 2 blood-red swords pierced through the void. Biting cold murderous aura swept out and directly shattered Zenyuanzi's attack. Khanate killing sword, Yuan-Tu Avicii. Patriarch Nether River of the Blood Sea had arrived. However, he did not rush to the Purple Mansion State. Instead, he went to Longevity Mountain and blocked there alone, not letting Zenyuanzi attack. In front of Longevity Mountain, Patriarch Nether River stepped on the 12th grade Hellfire Red Lotus and bowed to Zenyuanzi. Fellow Daoist, long time no see. Patriarch Nether River stood there quietly. Although he did not do anything, he brought great pressure to Zenyuanzi. In the untainted world, Patriarch Nether River was the closest to the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. This person could be called the first person below the primordial chaos. Facing Patriarch Nether River's greeting, Zenyuanzi did not return the greeting. He just looked at him coldly. The murderous intent in his heart kept rising. Zenyuanzi had a grudge against Patriarch Nether River. Patriarch Red Cloud died under Yuan-Tu Avicii's sword. As for why Zenyuanzi only sought revenge from Patriarch Kunpeng and not Patriarch Nether River. That was naturally because Patriarch Nether River was stronger than Patriarch Kunpeng. Of course, revenge should be taken from the weakest one. If he could not even kill the weak one, how could he kill the stronger one? Sigh. In front of Kunlun Mountain, Feng Zichen, who was confronting the 3 pure ones, could not help but sigh after seeing Zenyuanzi's choice. He really did not want to scheme against Zenyuanzi. But at this point, it was meaningless to say anything. If Zenyuanzi and he were allies, Patriarch Kunpeng would naturally not have the chance to appear. But once Zenyuanzi fell out with him, Patriarch Kunpeng would become Feng Zichen's means to balance Zenyuanzi. Feng Zichen was a cautious person. He did not trust anyone except himself. When cooperating with Zenyuanzi, of course, he had to keep a trump card in case he was stabbed in the back. Facts proved that Feng Zichen did not do anything wrong. It was right to keep a trump card. Zenuanzi did stab him in the back. If Zenuanzi did not stab him in the back, Feng Zichen's actions would be a little despicable. But there was no if in reality. If he was not a despicable person, he would be the unlucky one today. As for why Feng Zichen appeared in Kunlun Mountain, of course, it was to stop the three pure ones from going to Zifu Prefecture. At this point in the Battle of Zifu Prefecture, the three pure ones still did not appear. This was all thanks to Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei. Yes. Great Emperor Ziwei was also there. Of course, Feng Zichen alone could not stop the three pure ones. But with Great Emperor Ziwei, yes, it was still not enough. Because, on Kunlun Mountain, other than the three pure ones, there were also 2 saints from the west. If the 5 saints worked together, they could easily defeat Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei, even if they did not hang them up and beat them up. However, this battle could not be fought. Because the 3 pure ones were not ready to fight to the death. Once they killed Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei, the other great emperors in the Celestial Court, as well as Nuwa, who was high in the chaos, would not stand by and watch. At that time, an unimaginable chaotic battle would break out. The 3 pure ones did not know the outcome of the chaotic battle, but they knew that with the outbreak of the chaotic battle, the primordial world would definitely be gone. Destroying the primordial world was the last resort. It could not be used unless it was absolutely necessary. If the 3 pure ones could not see any hope of winning in the battle with Feng Zichen, then they would not hesitate. They would directly abandon the calamity of the world and destroy the primordial world. This was called flipping the table. If I can't beat you, I won't play anymore. Why were saints feared by others? It was because they had the ability to flip the table. If they could not beat you, they would destroy the world and rebuild the earth. In this way, the past would become clouds and smoke, returning to nothingness with the destruction of the world. At that time, the saints could start all over again. Saints experienced thousands of tribulations without being worn down. Heaven and earth were destroyed, but they were not destroyed. Sun and moon were destroyed, but they were not destroyed. Even if endless tribulations descended, it would be difficult to harm them. Such an existence was not afraid of the destruction of the world at all. When they could not see hope, they naturally did not mind destroying everything and starting all over again to create hope. But now, the 3 pure ones did not want to use such a method. Because in their deduction, the current situation was particularly advantageous to them. Feng Zichen was walking into their trap step by step. Victory was right in front of them. With such a great advantage, how could the 3 pure ones destroy the world and start all over again? The 3 pure ones had the strength to destroy the world. Naturally, Feng Zichen, who was at the same level as them, also had the ability. However, the 3 pure ones could destroy the world, but Feng Zichen could not. There were not many disciples of the 3 pure ones. Therefore, if the calamity of the world broke out, they were fully capable of protecting their disciples. But there were really too many humans. With Feng Zichen's strength, even if all his doppelgangers attacked together, it was impossible to protect the entire human race in the calamity of the world. For this reason, Feng Zichen would not sit and watch the primordial world be destroyed. Even if the 3 pure ones wanted to destroy the world, he would do his best to stop them. Unknowingly, the human race had become Feng Zichen's greatest weakness. If he no longer cared about the human race, even the 3 pure ones would not dare to provoke him. A lone powerhouse was the scariest. That was because he did not have a weakness. Fellow Daoist, you're really scheming. It wasn't easy for me to rope in fellow Daoist Zenuanzi to stand on the side of the human race. However, fellow Daoist, you managed to win him over with a simple gesture. Such methods really make one blush with shame. Looking at the Grand Pure One who was smiling silently, Feng Zichen gritted his teeth and said. He had been careless in reviving ancestor Hong Yun. As a result, the 3 pure ones were one step ahead of him. Not only did they not rope him in, but they even stood on the opposite side of him. No, no. Fellow Daoist Gaochen, you must be joking. In terms of scheming, how can the poor Wei compare to you? That Tung Wang Kung must be your handiwork, right? Looking at Feng Zichen, the Grand Pure One gritted his teeth and said. From his words, it was obvious that he had sensed Dong Wang Gong's identity. Feng Zichen was not surprised by that. No one was a fool. Feng Zichen had already made it so obvious. He had tried his best to protect Dong Wang Gong. Naturally, they could tell that the relationship between Dong Wang Gong and Feng Zichen was not ordinary. Even if it was not his clone, it had something to do with him. In fact, over the years, it was not that no one had suspected the relationship between Great Emperor Ziwei and Feng Zichen. They felt that the two of them should be the same person. However, that thought was immediately thrown to the back of everyone's minds. Thinking about it, they felt that it was impossible. If the two of them were really the same person, wouldn't that mean that all the experts in the entire primordial world were being played in the palm of their hands? That was too exaggerated. It was obviously out of line with reality. How could there be such a powerful existence in the primordial world? The real answer was too ridiculous. Even if everyone thought of it, they would not choose to believe it. In fact, even if they found evidence that the two of them might be the same person, everyone would automatically think that this was deliberately done by Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei. They deliberately led everyone to investigate their identities so that they could distract everyone's attention. Just as Feng Zichen and the three Pure Ones were confronting each other, the chaotic battle in the Zifu prefecture was coming to an end. Dong Wang Gong found an opportunity and disappeared from the Zifu prefecture. As the protagonist, Dong Wang Gong, had left, so there was no need for this battle to continue. After everyone stopped fighting, they left one after another. However, even though he had left, his hatred remained. This matter was far from over. Fellow Daoist, farewell. After the battle in the Zifu prefecture came to an end, Feng Zichen directly bid farewell to the three Pure Ones and turned around to return to the human race. Just now, Feng Zichen sensed that the divine city of the human race had been completed. It was time for him to complete the last step. With a thought, Feng Zichen returned to the human race. Under his gaze, in the human territory, 365 giant cities that were like ancient divine mountains stood majestically, emitting a shocking power. This was the most solid fortress of the human race in the future, protecting the people of the human race. In order to build these 365 divine cities, the foundation of the human race was almost squeezed dry. Zhouxing was their foundation, and they were located on the nodes of the earth veins. They were built with the power of incense and were combined with various natural treasures. They were all top-notch postnatal treasures. After returning to the ancestral land of the human race, Feng Zichen looked at the unfamiliar city walls around him. His heart was filled with shock. This was the Emperor's City, also known as Ziwei City. It was a divine city built with the Emperor's Palace, Ziwei Temple, as its foundation. It was the leader of all the divine cities and also the imperial capital of the human race. Stepping into the Emperor's Palace, Feng Zichen emptied his mind and gradually connected with the Ziwei star. Immediately, the Ziwei star sensed it and cast down a ray of starlight. First, it shone on the Emperor's palace, then extended outwards. Soon, it enveloped the entire Emperor city. Rumble. At this moment, under the illumination of the Ziwei star, the Emperor's palace seemed to have come alive. It emitted a supreme majesty, causing the void in all directions to tremble. Chapter 771. At the same time, the rest of the Zhouxing also shone their starlight onto their respective cities. For a time, the entire human territory was shrouded in starlight. It was as if it was covered with a layer of silver gauze. It was a beautiful sight. Galactic cosmic light formation, rise. In the boundless starry sky, Great Emperor Ziwei waved his hand. Instantly, the Zhouxing shook and formed the galactic cosmic light formation. Boom! In the depths of the void where no one could see, the Pangu Celestial stood majestically, exuding a domineering aura. Rumble. The human divine city was in the process of interacting with the Zhouxing. It immediately sensed the changes in the Zhouxing and changed accordingly. Suddenly, another galactic cosmic light formation formed on the ground. Similarly, a majestic Pangu celestial stood majestically, suppressing the primitive lands. It faced the Pangu celestial and the starry sky from afar. The two celestial Pangu celestials looked the same, but in reality, they were different. The Pangu celestial and the boundless starry sky was completely formed by the starlight of the heavenly cycle. However, the Pangu celestial on the ground was different. Apart from the starlight, it was also formed by the chi of the earth's origin. To put it more accurately, the Pangu celestial in the sky was more like the Pangu primordial spirit. On the other hand, the Pangu celestial on the ground was more like the Pangu primordial spirit. One was the primordial spirit, and the other was the body. The two combined to form the invincible Pangu celestial body. Combine. With a thought, Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei made their moves at the same time. They each controlled the Pangu celestial in their control and rushed towards each other. The Pangu celestial in the starry sky walked out of the starry sky and rushed towards the primitive lands. The Pangu celestial on the ground left the ground and rushed towards the starry sky. The two met at the boundary between the heavens and the earth and gradually merged into one. It did not cause any commotion, nor did it cause any strange phenomenon. The fusion of the two was unusually smooth, and very soon, they were completely fused into one. The reborn god Pangu was no different from before. However, in Feng Zichen's perception, he was undoubtedly stronger. He had truly stepped into the realm of the Wuxia Xianxia and was the strongest in the untainted land. Rumble. The fusion of the two Pangu deities brought great changes to the boundless starry sky and the human race's god city. More starlight fell from the boundless starry sky, emitting a mysterious power. It fell into the divine city of the human clan and turned into a shadow of Zhousing. That was the origin of Zhousing. Only when the power of the origin was present could the shadow of the stars be formed. Rumble. The earth was shaking. The majestic and heavy power of the ley lines, mixed with the origin of the earth, gushed out from the ground and gradually merged with the shadow of the stars floating in the sky. With the help of the origin of the earth, the shadow of Zhousing suddenly became more solid and emitted a powerful aura. However, in Feng Zichen's opinion, this was not enough. He emptied his mind and gradually merged with the Pangu celestial and controlled his body. Hiss! So powerful. Although it was not the first time that he controlled the body of the Pangu celestial, Feng Zichen was greatly shocked every time he felt the unparalleled power in his body. This was the power that he was pursuing. Immersed in the power of the Pangu celestial, Feng Zichen gradually moved. Vast and unpredictable power gushed out from the body of the Pangu celestial and surpassed the limits of the primitive lands. It came to the chaos beyond the heavens and even the chaos beyond the world. Merge. Once again, Feng Zichen controlled the Pangu celestial and merged with the Pangu celestial that stood above the primitive lands, trying to use his power. The Pangu celestial was the celestial phenomenon that Feng Zichen condensed with the power of the boundless starry sky and the power of the entire primitive lands. It had unimaginable power. It was really unimaginable. Because even Feng Zichen did not know how strong his power was. This Pangu celestial phenomenon could be said to be Feng Zichen's biggest trump card, but he had never used it before. This was the first time that he used this power. Rumble. Under the control of Feng Zichen, the power of the Pangu celestial gradually came into contact with the Pangu celestial phenomenon and merged into his body. In an instant, Feng Zichen felt a supreme power rush into his mind and almost made him explode. Oh no! This power is too strong. With my current realm, I can't bear it at all. In Feng Zichen's perception, this power was really too strong. It was at least the power of the Wuxia Xianxia. It could even be said that it had surpassed the realm of the Wuxia Xianxia. In short, with Feng Zichen's current realm, he could not bear this power for long. If he controlled this power for a long time, Feng Zichen would gradually be assimilated and become a part of this power, completely losing himself. This power was so strong that Feng Zichen could not understand it. It could drown his mind at any time. Move. Knowing that he could not control this power for too long, Feng Zichen seized the time and used all his strength to move the Pangu's celestial phenomenon. Rumble. With Feng Zichen's efforts, the Pangu's celestial phenomenon moved and suddenly opened its eyes. Suddenly, an indescribable power spread out. The unknown world that no one could detect collapsed under this power. All conceptual existences were destroyed and disappeared, completely turning into a state of nothingness. Boom! A power that Feng Zichen could not understand gushed out of the Pangu's celestial phenomenon's body and rushed to the outside world. Soon, it rushed out of the untainted world and into the great chaos. With a boom, this power swept through the chaos, stirring up the boundless chaos chi and forming a vast chaos tide. In the great chaos, wherever the power swept through, it was clearly reflected in Feng Zichen's mind. Then, he saw the treasure hidden in the chaos. It was a treasure condensed from countless chaos chi, the divine stone of chaos. Such a treasure was the best material in the untainted world to forge a connate spiritual treasure. There was no need to use the cauldron of heaven and earth or use the origin of innate fiend gods. It could be used directly to forge a connate spiritual treasure. The connate was one level higher than the acquired. Similarly, the chaos was one level higher than the connate. Connate materials could only be used to forge connate spiritual treasures, while chaos materials could be used to forge connate spiritual treasures. If the top chaos materials, such as the origin of chaos and divine stones of the great Tao, could be used to forge connate spiritual treasures or even chaos spiritual treasures. The untainted world had an upper limit, but the chaos did not. Here, even the great Tao could be achieved, not to mention forging connate spiritual treasures. Collect. After marking the divine stones of chaos he found, Feng Zichen suddenly activated the power of the Pangu's celestial phenomenon and collected all the divine stones of chaos. Rumble. With the power of the Pangu's celestial phenomenon, the divine stones of chaos carried a large amount of chaos chi and quickly passed through the barrier of heaven and earth, arriving in front of Feng Zichen. However, no one in the Eldritch world was aware of this. Not to mention Tao ancestor Heng Jun, even the heavenly way was the same. The power of the Pangu's celestial phenomenon was obvious. There were not many divine stones of chaos, only 9 in total, but they were incomparably huge, like 9 immemorial divine mountains. They towered in front of Feng Zichen, giving people a visual shock. As expected of a treasure nurtured by the chaos, it was very in line with the characteristics of the chaos. It was huge, unimaginably huge. Anything nurtured by the chaos outside the outer world, regardless of whether it was a person or an object, was extremely huge. Chaos demon gods were like this, chaos spiritual treasures were like this, and chaos divine materials were even more so. After obtaining the 9 divine stones of chaos, Feng Zichen's mind suddenly retreated from the body of the Pangu's celestial phenomenon and returned to the body of the Pangu's celestial being. The power of the Pangu's celestial being was really too strong. After only using it for a moment, Feng Zichen was about to be assimilated by it. At that moment, naturally, he hurriedly retreated, not daring to continue to come into contact with this power. However, Feng Zichen was pleasantly surprised by what he had gained in that short period of time. If these 9 divine stones of chaos were carefully refined, they could definitely be refined into 9 supreme-grade innate spiritual treasures. However, this was not what Feng Zichen wanted. He hesitated for a moment, then suddenly activated the power of the Pangu's celestial being. He took out the flame of chaos and burned it towards the divine stones of chaos, wanting to melt them and refine their origin. When the Pangu's celestial being activated the flame of chaos, a power that belonged to time and space spread out from his body, acting on the surroundings and slowing down time infinitely. The time needed to refine the divine stones of chaos was really too long, and Feng Zichen did not have so much time at all. Therefore, he tried his best to activate the way of time and space, stopping his own time. In this way, no matter how much time he spent refining the divine stones of chaos here, only a moment had passed in the outside world. Just when Feng Zichen was refining the divine stones of chaos, in the great chaos outside the realm, there was a great uproar because he activated the power of the Pangu's celestial being. The demon gods of chaos hidden in the chaos woke up from their deep sleep and looked in the direction of the untainted land in surprise and doubt. The way of heaven could not perceive the aura of Pangu, because it came from Pangu. Therefore, Feng Zichen could easily deceive him by using the power of the Pangu's celestial being. However, the demon gods of chaos were different. They were all enemies of the Pangu's celestial being, so they were naturally very sensitive to his power. Therefore, the appearance of the Pangu's celestial being alarmed them. Was it the Pangu's celestial being who attacked just now? Did he wake up from his deep sleep? Looking in the direction where the power of the Pangu's celestial being disappeared, a demon god of chaos murmured. At this time, there was not only fear in his eyes, but also endless fighting spirit. The fire of hatred burned in his heart, bringing him great power. The demon gods of chaos outside the realm were the real demon gods of chaos. Compared to them, the demon gods of chaos in the realm C could be called disabled. Being able to survive the attack of the Pangu's celestial being, there was no doubt that they were powerful. They really stood at the peak of the demon gods of chaos, second only to the Pangu's celestial being. Therefore, not only were they not afraid of the Pangu's celestial being, but they were full of anger and wanted to take revenge on the Pangu's celestial being. If it were not for the fact that they had not recovered from their injuries, they would have attacked the untainted land with all their strength instead of probing. Since their strength had not recovered, they did not dare to set foot in the untainted land easily, for fear that they would be killed by the backup left by the Pangu's celestial being. I don't think so. I don't sense the aura of the Pangu's celestial being. Someone must have used some unknown method to borrow the power of the Pangu's celestial being. However, that person is not simple to be able to exert the power of the Pangu's celestial being to such an extent. I'm afraid that no one in the untainted land can surpass him. Another demon god of chaos said. His words also attracted the agreement of another demon god of chaos. That's true. This power is really too strong. It has reached the level of chaos. There are capable people in the untainted land. We can't let the untainted land continue to grow. If the untainted land really gives birth to a chaos-level master, we will be in a passive position. The stronger the untainted land is, the more likely it is for the Pangu's celestial being to wake up, and the more unfavorable it is for us. Before we are fully prepared, the Pangu's celestial being must not wake up. Inform the Daoists in the untainted land to find an opportunity to destroy the untainted land and reset the earth, fire, water, and wind, so as to weaken the power of the untainted land and delay the time when the Pangu's celestial being to wake up. Several demon gods of chaos communicated and made a plan to deal with the untainted land. Destroy the heaven and earth, rebuild the universe, and weaken the origin of the heaven and earth. However, Feng Zichen's celestial beings of the untainted land and many great mediums knew nothing about it. Now, all their thoughts were focused on scheming against their enemies, so as to dominate the general trend in the future. They had never thought that there would be foreign enemies taking advantage of the opportunity to invade. The demon gods of chaos had been silent for so long that the world had forgotten their existence. After an unknown period of time, Feng Zichen finally finished refining the 9 divine stones of chaos. 9 huge masses of origin of chaos floated around him, emitting mysterious power. This was good stuff. If all these masses of origin of chaos were instilled into a person, as long as that person could not withstand it and did not die, he would immediately obtain the power comparable to the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. But this was just a thought. With the tyranny of the origin of chaos, even the body of an ancestral wizard might not be able to withstand the 9 masses of power, let alone others. Break. With a thought, Feng Zichen's celestial being secretly exerted his strength. The 9 masses of origin of chaos were shaken into 365 parts on average, which corresponded to the 365 divine cities of the human clan. Go. With a wave of his sleeve, the 365 masses of origin of chaos fell into the divine cities of the human clan and merged with the shadow of Zhoxing. In an instant, a wonderful change took place. The silhouettes of the stars in the sky twisted and distorted continuously, bursting forth with mysterious connate spiritual light. After a while, all the innate spiritual light converged, and the change of the shadow of Zhouxing also came to an end. At this moment, their appearance had changed greatly. They were no longer the images of stars, and they transformed into numerous small seals that emanated a profound glow of the Tao. Chapter 772. These seals were all top Khanate magic treasures with 9 Khanate divine prohibitions. They were only a little bit away from being promoted to inferior grade Khanate spiritual treasures. They were the center of the divine city and represented the highest power. As long as they were controlled, they could mobilize all the power of the divine city. The holder of this seal was the lord of the divine city. In the future, these seals could also be called official seals. This was a symbol of power. It's still not enough. Looking at the seals that were only Khanate magic treasures, Feng Zichen could not help but show some disappointment in his eyes. According to his expectations, these seals should at least be Khanate spiritual treasures. Naturally, he was not satisfied with Khanate magic treasures. There was still too little time, so Feng Zichen was not prepared enough to refine these seals into Khanate spiritual treasures. However, it was better than nothing. The top Khanate magic treasures were already very good. They were not far from being promoted to inferior grade Khanate spiritual treasures. As long as they were given time to grow, they might be able to go one step further. Moreover, in Feng Zichen's opinion, the divine city of the human clan in front of him was far from perfect. The current divine city of the human clan was only a half-finished product. In Feng Zichen's vision, in addition to these Khanate magic treasures, there should be a Daoist Taoist priest's Khanate ferocious beast suppressed in each divine city of the human clan. With the ferocious beast as the core, it would be the energy source to drive the divine city, maintain the operation of the formation, and harmonize the spirit chi of heaven and earth. In this way, the power of the divine city could be maximized. Even if the Daoist Taoist priests came, they would not be able to break into such a divine city of the human clan. In other words, each divine city of the human clan was equivalent to a Daoist Taoist priests. 365 divine cities were 365 Daoist Jingxian. Moreover, according to Feng Zichen's plan, the 2 most powerful divine cities that represented the Sun Star and the Moon Star were not suppressed by the Daoist Taoist priests, but by powerful divine powers. Of course, it would be best if he could suppress 2 half-step primordial chaos existences. As for the strongest divine city of the human race, which corresponded to the Emperor city of the Emperor Star, Feng Zichen planned to capture a primordial chaos existence and completely seal it in the city, making it the core of the Emperor city. This was using primordial Daoist Jingxian as a perpetual motion machine. Needless to say, the immortal and indestructible primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian was quite like a perpetual motion machine. Moreover, it was a super powerful perpetual motion machine. If Feng Zichen could really achieve this, then the human race would really be able to survive for eternity. This idea sounded very bold, but in reality, it was more like an impossible thing. Primordial Chaos Daoist Jingxian, what kind of expert was he? It almost stood at the peak of the primordial world and existed with the Tao. Killing the primordial Chaos Daoist Jingxian was already an extremely difficult task, let alone capturing him alive and making him into an energy extractor. This was unrealistic and impossible. How could such a tragic encounter happen to the primordial Chaos Daoist Jingxian? If there was really no hope, wouldn't the primordial Chaos Tao Master self-destruct? If he was killed, there was still a chance for him to be resurrected. If he was suppressed, there would be a day when he would be released. However, if he was reduced to an energy extractor and became a perpetual motion machine, then his life would really be hopeless. He would completely become a tool and lose all his dignity as an expert. No primordial Chaos Daoist Jingxian could bear such humiliation. If he was really reduced to such a state, he would definitely use extreme means. Either the enemy died, or he died. He would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Therefore, Feng Zichen could only think about this idea. It was simply impossible to succeed. However, who was Feng Zichen? He never did things that he wasn't sure of. Since he thought so, it meant that he already had an idea in his heart. Feng Zichen might be able to kill an ordinary primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian if he tried his best. However, it was absolutely impossible to capture him alive. However, did he need an ordinary primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian? Obviously not. What Feng Zichen needed, or rather, what the human race needed, was an existence whose strength had reached the primordial chaos level, not a real primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. As long as the strength was there, it was enough. As for the realm, it was completely unnecessary. After all, what the human race needed was only the strength of the primordial chaos level. The realm could not be taken away, and it was not beneficial to the human race. Then, what was the use of it? A real primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian was not easy to deal with. However, a powerful expert with the combat strength of a primordial chaos was easier to deal with. Right now, there was a ready-made one. That was the reincarnated human race's ancestor Hong Yun or the reincarnated human race's Dong Wang Gong. Both of them had this possibility. Right now, not to mention having the combat strength of a primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian, they were not even Daoist Taoist priests. Such strength was far from Feng Zichen's requirements. However, it was not possible now, but it did not mean that it would not be possible in the future. Weren't these two people competing for the position of the human emperor with the support of the saints? Then let them fight it out. When one of them became the human emperor, with the support of the human race's destiny, they would be able to step into the primordial chaos realm in an instant. The moment they stepped into the primordial chaos realm, it would be the time for Feng Zichen to make his move. First, he would use his absolute control over the human race to forcefully seize control of the human race's destiny. Then, he would use the human race to counter him and make him unable to move. Then, he would use his supreme strength to seal him into the human emperor's city and become the human race's greatest foundation so that he could bring endless fortune to the human race. Since he had become the human race's destiny, he was destined to be countered by the human race's destiny. This was the drawback of using the power of destiny to increase his strength. Feng Zichen had been in charge of the human race all these years. He was not here to play. The human race had long been impregnable by him. Especially after 20% of the human race's destiny had been snatched away by the Grand Pure One, he was even more concerned about the human race's destiny. Now, even if the human race's destiny had been snatched away, as long as he wanted, he could still snatch it back. There was no other reason other than that he was Feng Zichen, the only saint emperor of the human race. With his supreme achievements, he had created an indelible influence in the human race. This was his greatest reliance in controlling the human race. It was the recognition of the human race, not the recognition of the world. Feng Zichen's position in the human race was unshakable. Nuwa could not, Swearen could not, and even the human emperor could not. The saint wanted to support a human emperor to shake Feng Zichen's rule. Their thoughts were not wrong, but they had underestimated Feng Zichen's influence on the human race. As long as Feng Zichen was determined not to agree, no matter how outstanding ancestor Hong Yun and Dong Wang Gong's performance was, they would not be able to become the human emperor. He had the right. Even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Feng Zichen could strip the human race's destiny from them. However, the price of doing so was too great. Even Feng Zichen could not bear it. The human emperor supported by the saint could only become Feng Zichen's tool in the end. As the human emperor, he had to contribute to the human race. Becoming a perpetual motion machine was their greatest contribution to the human race. Feng Zichen had already thought of the reason. During the calamity, in order to protect the human race, the human emperor was willing to sacrifice himself and join the human emperor's city to maintain the operation of the formation and help the human race survive the calamity. What a touching scene. This should be the best destination for those fake human emperors. If Feng Zichen's plan really succeeded, the human race would really be invincible in the Eldritch world. A city at the primordial chaos level, supported by 2 cities at the half-step primordial chaos level, and 362 cities at the level of Daoist Taoist priests. When such a powerful force was combined, the power of the galaxy cosmic light formation was comparable to that of a saint. At that time, even if a saint wanted to destroy the Eldritch world, he would not be able to break through the defense of the human race's territory. Even a saint could not break through the defense of the human race, let alone others. It was not an exaggeration to call it the strongest defense of the eldritch world. However, Feng Zichen could still find one or two half-step primordial chaos experts with the combat strength of a primordial chaos level and two half-step primordial chaos experts if he worked hard. However, 362 Daoist Taoist priests were not something that Feng Zichen could find just by working hard. Such a large number of Daoist Taoist priests was not a small number in any era. Not to mention in this era where the world was withering. To be honest, the difficulty of capturing 362 Daoist Taoist priests was even greater than the difficulty of capturing half-step primordial chaos experts. Moreover, the origin of these Daoist Taoist priests was best if they were from the beast race. Although Khanate beasts were powerful, they did not have intelligence. This was the best choice as a perpetual motion machine. If it were the demon race, the devil race, or the evil race, sealing them in the human race's divine city would not be an opportunity but a landmine. In this world, there was no seal that could not be broken. If one day, the seal of the human race's divine city was broken and the suppressed Taoist priests inside escaped, who knew how much trouble it would cause for the human race? The strongest defense often began to collapse from the inside. Once the suppressed Khanate Taoist priests inside escaped, the human race was bound to usher in a catastrophe. Internal troubles and external troubles. It was enough to shake the foundation of the human race. If the Khanate beasts were sealed in the human race's divine city, there would not be so much trouble. Given the Khanate beasts' fear of Pangu, Feng Zichen could definitely seal them tightly. Moreover, even if they were released, Feng Zichen was confident that they would choose to escape as soon as they broke out of the seal instead of destroying the human race. Without intelligence, they were really easy to bully. As long as he found something that made them feel awe from the bottom of their souls, even if he could not command them, he could make them fear him like a tiger and not dare to approach him. He remembered that Feng Zichen still had a demon god banner in his hands. This was a treasure to deal with Khanate beasts. Once this banner was out, they would definitely not dare to approach the human race's territory. Sigh. No matter how one looked at it, the Khanate beasts were perfect and could be called natural treasures. However, because the Khanate beasts were too perfect, this race was repeatedly cut off by Feng Zichen until they were almost extinct. The leek's roots were hurt, and it did not grow. In the current untainted land, the Khanate beasts were almost extinct. Only in the western land, there were still some, but they did not meet Feng Zichen's requirements. Tsk tisk. If I had known that I would use the Khanate beasts, would have raised some in private. Thinking of the current situation of the Khanate beasts, Feng Zichen could not help but regret it. He knew that the Khanate beasts were full of treasures. Why didn't he raise some back then? He would not be at his wits' end now. Sigh. Unfortunately. It was too late to regret now. Feng Zichen had no choice but to look at the realm sea. It was such a big realm sea, and it was the headquarters of the Chaos Demon God. It should not be difficult to gather 362 Khanate beasts at the level of Taoist priests. If the realm sea didn't work, then Feng Zichen had no other choice. As long as he set his eyes on the demon deity, he would use the demon deity as a substitute for the realm sea. Later, when he gathered all the primordial ominous beasts, he would change. With such a big demon race, even if it was declining now, it would not be too difficult to gather 362 demon gods. However, this matter could not be rushed. Otherwise, if Dong Wang Tai was angered, he would destroy everything. That would be troublesome. More than 300 demon gods would die at once. Not to mention Dong Wang Tai, even Feng Zichen would be furious. With an idea in mind, Feng Zichen began to think about how to carry out this plan. After thinking about it, he first informed the 10,000 Realms trading city to pay special attention to the news of the Khanate beasts and see how many they could gather. If they could gather 362 Taoist priests, then it would be a happy ending. If they could not, then sorry, the gap could only be filled with the demon race. However many they lacked, they would fill in the gap. Feng Zichen, it's too difficult for me. Limited. JPG, the matter of the Khanate beasts could wait, but the matter of the human emperor could not wait. Ancestor Hong Yun and Dong Huanggong were competing for the position of the human emperor, right? Then Feng Zichen would give them a chance. Feng Zichen's heart skipped a beat. Apart from the imperial jade seal of Renhuang City, the other 364 seals that represented the highest authority in the divine city of the human race suddenly rose high into the air. They hung in the air above the divine city and shone brightly. At the same time, the fate of the human race trembled and appeared from the river of fate. It supported the seals and made them shine even brighter. In an instant, the dazzling Tao light lit up the entire human race territory. At this moment, as long as the living beings of the human race raised their heads, they could see the seals that were hanging in the air and shining brightly. The imperial seal of the divine city could be obtained to control the divine city and be on par with the Daoist Taoist priests. If one could gather 365 imperial seals, he could control the entire divine city and be supported by the fate of the human race. He would be qualified to become the human emperor. Suddenly, a message appeared in the hearts of the human race, allowing them to know the function of the imperial seal. Suddenly, the entire human race was in an uproar. Treasure, a real treasure. If one could obtain the imperial seal, he would be on par with the Daoist Taoist priests. Wouldn't that be godly? In an instant, their eyes turned red as they looked at the imperial seal. They were even more excited than when they learned that they had killed the demons. The function of the imperial seal was much better than killing the demons. Moreover, after obtaining the imperial seal, would they still be afraid of not being able to kill the demons? That was the Daoist Taoist priests, who was almost invincible on earth. He could probably kill a large number of demons with just a move. Chapter 773. In that case, wouldn't it be a huge gain? With the imperial jade seal in hand, it was equivalent to getting double the benefits. Who wouldn't be excited? If it weren't for the fact that they didn't understand the situation, everyone would have rushed forward to fight for the imperial jade seal. In the eyes of the ordinary humans, the Daoist Taoist priests were already the peak. The position of the emperor was too far away from them. Therefore, their eyes were always on the imperial jade seal. However, for some people, the Daoist Taoist priests were far from enough to satisfy their ambitions. They wanted more. Therefore, they set their sights on the position of the emperor. The emperor was the highest karmic position in the world. Only such a position could be worthy of their identities. Ancestor Red Cloud, who had reincarnated into the human race, and Dong Huangkung thought so. Especially Dong Huangkung, he was determined to get the position of the emperor. Because he couldn't afford to fail again. If he failed again, he would have nothing. No, the current him already had nothing. Even his identity had been replaced by someone else. Becoming the emperor was Dong Huangkung's only chance to turn things around. If he succeeded, he would be the supreme emperor, and he might be able to take back his identity. If he failed, he would be doomed eternally. Dong Huangkung, who had nothing, would give his all in this battle for the position of the emperor. He had nothing to lose. He could really do whatever he wanted. Compared to Dong Huangkung, Ancestor Red Cloud was much calmer. Because he had nothing to fear. In order to repay the karma, the two Western sages would definitely do their best to push him to the position of the emperor. Moreover, even if he failed, he still had the Hongmeng purple chi. As long as the opportunity came, he could become a sage. Wasn't a sage better than the emperor? Although Ancestor Red Cloud didn't know what the opportunity was for him to become a sage. However, this didn't stop him from showing no pressure. He was someone who had the foundation of a sage. He was different from others. The imperial jade seal of the divine city has appeared, and those who are fated will be able to obtain it. Feng Zichen's ethereal voice drifted out from his mouth, clearly falling into the ears of every living being. In an instant, everyone was in an uproar. They all used their divine abilities to grab the imperial jade seal floating in the air. Boom! 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 A terrifying divine aura bloomed from Yushi's body, shattering all the divine abilities that surged toward him. Then, Yushi retracted the fluctuations on his body, turned into a stream of light, and fled into the distance. Chase. When everyone saw this, they also turned into streaks of light and chased after the imperial jade seal that had disappeared. At the same time, Feng Zichen suddenly released the seal. The information about the extraterrestrial demons flooded everyone's minds in an instant. This allowed them to see what kind of people the extraterrestrial devils were hiding among the human race. At a certain moment, a figure who was chasing after the imperial jade seal suddenly noticed that a fellow cultivator beside him was surrounded by layers of blood-red light. Extraterrestrial devil. After being stunned for a while, the man immediately understood that the bloody light around his body was the symbol of an extraterrestrial demon. Kill. Almost without any hesitation, the man activated his magic treasure and attacked the extraterrestrial demon with all his might. The extraterrestrial demon was naturally the reincarnation of an ancient expert. As Feng Zichen released the seal, all the humans had the ability to recognize the extraterrestrial demon. Therefore, this scene was seen by everyone in the human race. In the blink of an eye, several reincarnations of ancient powerhouses were killed by the sneak attacks of the human experts. Of course, there were also reincarnations of ancient experts who were killed by the human race. Naturally, there were also human experts who were killed by the ancient experts. However, because the human experts took advantage of the element of surprise, there were fewer casualties. As for the reincarnations of ancient experts, because they lost the advantage, there were more casualties. Moreover, when the reincarnations of ancient experts died, they were really dead. Their flesh and true spirit were completely shattered and turned into the purest origin, which was then devoured by the new divine world. After the death of a human expert, his true spirit did not dissipate and his soul was not destroyed. He was guided by the blood altar and resurrected in the bright hall of the human race. This resurrection was unlimited. In other words, no matter how many times a human expert died, he could be resurrected. However, this did not mean that there was no price to pay for this resurrection. Every time he was resurrected, his realm would drop by 1 level. It was just like losing experience when you died in a game. If there was no such restriction, the human experts would definitely not take their lives seriously when they realized that they could not die. They would use their lives to kill the reincarnations of ancient experts. There was no doubt that they would do such a thing. In this way, without the threat of death, Feng Zichen's so-called experience was completely useless. Then he might as well do it himself and kill these reincarnations of ancient experts with a slap. There was no need to spend so much effort to design that. Sigh. Kill, kill. How can a young man achieve true growth without bloodshed? Feng Zichen said faintly as he looked at the human clan's territory that was in conflict. With the 9 provinces barrier, no matter how fierce these cultivators fought, they would not be able to hurt the mortals at all. Naturally, he was not worried about causing trouble. As for those cultivators, they would not really die, so there was no need to worry about them. However, perhaps to these cultivators, the drop in their realm might be more uncomfortable than killing them. After all, no one wanted to see the strength that they had painstakingly cultivated turn into flowing water and vanish into thin air. In order to preserve their realm, they would work hard to survive. After all, this was reality, not a game. Cultivation wasn't the same as experience. If it really fell, it would not be an easy task to cultivate it back. If he accidentally bumped into a barrier in his knowledge, then he would be a fool. Just as the human race started a great war, the boundless starry sky was not calm. After leaving the Zifu state of the East Sea, Dongwang Gong, Feng Zichen's incarnation, did not go to the North Sea with Patriarch Kunpeng, nor did he go to the Netherworld with Goddess Hudu. Instead, he went to the boundless starry sky with Great Emperor Ziwei. However, Great Emperor Ziwei's destination was the Ziwei star. Dongwang Gong's destination was the Sun star. The Zifu state had been destroyed. It would be difficult to recover in a short period of time. It would take a long time to slowly change. If Dongwang Gong wanted to recover his strength quickly, it was obviously impossible to stay in the Zifu state. Therefore, he set his eyes on the Sun star. Although the names were different, their essence was the same. They were both the embodiment of the path of Yang in heaven and earth. Therefore, if Dong Wanggong wanted to recover his strength, the Sun Star was his best choice. Moreover, as an innate saint born from the path of innate Yang, Dong Wanggong was also qualified to become the Sun Star Master. Now, the Sun Star's master happened to be Great Emperor Ziwei. In other words, Dong Wanggong could take this opportunity to refine the Sun Star and become the new Sun Star Master. If he controlled the Sun Star, Dong Wanggong's position would undoubtedly become more stable. Moreover, in this way, he would have the confidence to fight against Dong Huang Tai. At the same time, he could also guard against Di Jun Tai's comeback and regain control of the Sun Star. The Sun Star had always been the focus of Feng Zichen's attention. There was no other reason than that it was the birthplace of Di Jun Tai. Who knew what kind of backup plans the two of them had left in it? Even though Feng Zichen had searched the Sun Star over and over again, he was still not completely relieved. Why had the innate Fusang tree never appeared in the untainted world? It was because Feng Zichen was worried about the Sun Star that he had always let it guard it to prevent any accidents from happening. Originally, Feng Zichen thought that with the innate Fusang tree guarding the Sun Star, it would be foolproof. However, with the activation of Di Jun's backup plan, Feng Zichen was not so confident. Good Lord! In the untainted world, right under the nose of the saints, where the demon race's forces were the weakest, Di Jun could leave a backup plan that no one could discover. Then, did he really not leave anything behind on the Sun Star, which was his headquarters? Yes, over the years, Feng Zichen and the innate Fusang tree did not discover any problems on the Sun Star. However, just because they did not discover any problems did not mean that there were no problems on the Sun Star. Before the backup plan left behind by Di Jun was activated, the saints did not expect that there would be any problems there. Therefore, it was better to be more cautious and let Dong Wanggong's clone guard the Sun Star. One more person meant one more force and one more layer of insurance. In that case, only then could the threat be minimized. As soon as the two of them arrived at the boundless starry sky, Great Emperor Ziwei transferred the authority of the Sun Star to Dong Wanggong. In an instant, Dong Wanggong felt that there was an additional connection between him and the Sun Star. It was as if he could mobilize the infinite power on the Sun Star with just a thought. Thinking of this, Dong Wanggong took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. He arrived at the core of the Sun Star, the Sun God Temple. This was a magic treasure nurtured by the origin of the Sun Star. It was the place where Di Jun had lived. It contained 32 innate divine seals. It was an innate divine seal and ranked among the high grade. At the same time, this was also the core of the Sun Star. Greetings, fellow Daoist Fusang. After arriving here, Dong Wanggong greeted the innate Fusang tree that was in seclusion. You are Dong Wanggong? No, this aura is not right. This is the power of the Sun God. You are Great Emperor Ziwei, but your appearance, looking at Dong Wanggong who suddenly appeared, the innate Fusang tree's face was filled with shock. He was too surprised. The person in front of him, whether it was his appearance, aura, or divine soul, was exactly the same as Dong Wanggong. If it had not sensed the authority of the Sun Star from this person, the innate Fusang tree would have thought that Dong Wanggong had come back to life. Unfortunately, this was impossible. Ever since Di Jun had fallen, the authority of the Sun Star had fallen into the hands of Great Emperor Ziwei. He regarded it as his exclusive property, and outsiders could not spy on it at all. This person in front of him actually came with the authority of the Sun Star. Then, there was no doubt that he was Great Emperor Ziwei. However, it did not know why Great Emperor Ziwei had transformed into Dong Wanggong's appearance. This was puzzling. Puzzled, the innate Fusang tree could not help but ask, fellow Daoist Ziwei, what are you doing? Dong Wanggong smiled and said, fellow Daoist Fusang, from now on, just call me Poor Wei, Dong Wanggong. The real Dong Wanggong is no longer here. Poor Wei is the new Dong Wanggong. Hearing this, the innate Fusang tree's heart trembled. He understood what Feng Zichen meant. Feng Zichen had completely replaced Teng Wangkeng and taken everything away from him. He did not know how Dong Wanggong had provoked this malefic star to be targeted by him. With this thought in mind, the innate Fusang tree silently opened a path for Dong Wanggong to pass through. Dong Wanggong's purpose here was very obvious. He wanted to replace Great Emperor Ziwei and become the new Sun Star Master. And to do this, he needed to brand his life mark on the true core of the Sun Star, Panga's left eye. After chatting with the innate Fusang tree for a while, Dong Wanggong walked straight to the deepest part of the Sun Temple. Panga's left eye was there. Of course, Panga's left eye was not here in the past. However, after Feng Zichen took charge of the Sun Star, he was worried that Di Jun would cause trouble, so he moved Panga's left eye to the Sun Temple, right under his nose. This way, even if Di Jun really did cause trouble, he would be able to discover it immediately. After all, if he wanted to control the Sun Star, he had to bypass Panga's left eye. In the deepest part of the Sun Temple, a huge eye floated quietly. It was surrounded by an astonishing pressure. Pangu was indeed Pangu. Even though he had fallen for countless years, the eye he left behind still brought great pressure to Dong Wanggong. Without a doubt, if the power of this eye was fully unleashed, it would definitely have the power to easily kill primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. Terrifying, it was really too terrifying. The battle between the liches and demons was so tragic that the entire boundless starry sky was destroyed. Zhouxing was also collectively shattered. However, the two supreme stars, the Sun Star and the Moon Star, were not damaged at all. In addition to the strength of the two stars, it was more because of Panga's eyes. With them, no one dared to destroy the Sun Star and the Moon Star. Otherwise, if Panga's eyes recovered, even primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian would die. This was the reason why the Sun Star and the Moon Star were still standing. If it weren't for Panga's eyes, the Sun Star and the Moon Star would have been destroyed long ago. There was no doubt about this. As long as the benefits were great enough, the great mediums of the primordial era would even dare to destroy heaven and earth, let alone the Sun Star and the Moon Star. The reason why they did not touch the Sun Star and the Moon Star was that they would die if they touched them. Therefore, they did not dare to touch them. Go! Dong Wanggong forced out a trace of the true spirit imprint from the depths of his spiritual sea and imprinted it on Panga's left eye. This was not difficult for him. It could even be said that it was easier for him than for Ziwei the Great. And this needed to be explained from Dong Wanggong's origin. Although Dong Wanggong had established his force in the Zifu prefecture, his birthplace was not the Zifu prefecture but the East Sea's Tang Valley. The Tang Valley, the place where the sun rose, was transformed from Panga's left eye socket. This was why Dong Wanggong was said to be qualified to control the Sun Star. He himself came from the same source as the Sun Star, so it was natural for him to control the Sun Star. Chapter 774. Since they came from the same source, the Sun Star would not refuse Teng Wangkeng's refinement at all. In fact, when Teng Wangkeng was refining it, the Sun Star would actively cooperate. In the eyes of the Sun Star, Teng Wangkeng's status was equal to that of Di Jun and Tai. They could both be regarded as its children. With the active cooperation of the Sun Star, it did not take long for Teng Wangkeng to place his true spirit mark on Panga's left eye and completely controlled the Sun Star. In an instant, Teng Wangkeng felt a majestic and vast power gushing out from the Sun Star and pouring into his body. Rumble, a powerful aura rose from Teng Wangkeng's body and swept across the entire boundless starry sky. His power was soaring. In the blink of an eye, he had risen from the early stage of the Sage-to-Be to the middle stage of the Sage-to-Be. Then, it was the late stage of the Sage-to-Be, and the great perfection of the Sage-to-Be. Only then did Teng Wangkeng's power stabilize. The great perfection of the Sage-to-Be was Teng Wangkeng's current realm. His strength had reached his upper limit. Therefore, his skyrocketing power stopped. If Teng Wangkeng's realm was higher, he would have gained more benefits. However, even so, Teng Wangkeng was very satisfied. In just a few breaths, he had saved tens of thousands of years of cultivation. He had no reason to be dissatisfied. And this was the benefit of refining the sun star. No wonder Jun and Tai were so powerful. It was difficult for them not to be powerful when they were guarding such a treasure land. Fortunately, the innate divinity nurtured by the sun was two people, not one. Otherwise, how terrifying would it be for one person to enjoy the sun star's huge luck alone? He might be another innate saint. After controlling the sun star, Tung Wangkung felt that he was a little arrogant. The title of Tung Wangkung was no longer enough to show his identity. Therefore, he wanted to add another karmic position to show his identity as the Sun Master. Besides, Tai was called East Emperor, but he was called Tung Wangkung. Emperor and king were obviously weaker than him. This was not suitable. He was going to compete with Tai in the future. He could not lose to East Emperor Tai in any aspect. Even his name was the same. Otherwise, everyone would hear the names of the two sides before they even started fighting. East Emperor and East Emperor? Needless to say, Dong Huang was definitely stronger. Therefore, the matter of changing the name should be put on the agenda. With a thought, Dong Wangkung suddenly announced to the primordial world, "Poor Wei, Dong Wangkung, is in charge of the sun star today. My name is Dong Jun. I hope that the heavens and earth will recognize me." As soon as he finished speaking, heaven and earth responded. A great power emerged and condensed into a karmic rank which blessed Tung Wangkung. From then on, Tung Wangong's title would be Tung Wangong, the Lord of the Solar Star. Fortunately, Tung Wangkung's strength had yet to reach the realm of primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. Otherwise, he would have directly called him East Emperor instead of East Lord. East Emperor Dong Huang. Only then did it sound like they were evenly matched. Compared to Dong Jun, it was a little lacking. However, Tung Wangkung's realm was not that of primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. Without sufficient strength, one's confidence would naturally be lacking as well. He would change the title of East Emperor after he became primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. Now, it was better to deal with Dong Jun first. Tung Wangkung felt that he was already low-key enough by not using the title of East Emperor but Dong Jun. However, while he thought so, Tai did not think so. Tai felt that Tung Wangkung was provoking him. Especially when he heard that Tung Wangkung was called the Lord of the Sun Star, a monstrous anger rose in his heart and he wanted to burn the 9 heavens. The Sun Star had been out of his control for so long. It was time to take it back. Inexplicably, such a thought arose in Dong Huang Tai's heart. Then, he directly made a move. With a clang, the bell of chaos vibrated and opened a passage to the sun star beside Dong Huang Tai. Logically speaking, with Feng Zichen's blockade of the boundless starry sky, no matter how strong the bell of chaos was, it should not be so easy to open a passage. Did he really think that the galactic cosmic light array and Pangu were just decorations? Even the 3 pure ones could not barge into the boundless starry sky without Feng Zichen's permission. Not to mention, they had barged into the center of the boundless starry sky, where the sun star was. There must be a problem here. Sensing the opening of the passage, Feng Zichen's consciousness directly descended on the sun star, enveloping the entire star and carefully searching it. In the entire boundless starry sky, except for the 3 supreme stars, the sun star, the moon star, and the emperor star, the rest of the Zhouxing had been remodeled by Feng Zichen. In other words, Feng Zichen was the master of Zhouxing. Nothing could be hidden from Feng Zichen. In the boundless starry sky, the only place that could have a problem was the sun star. This was a place that Feng Zichen had never been able to completely grasp. As the birthplace of Jun and Tai, there were too many secrets hidden here. Even Feng Zichen and the saints could not see clearly. Boom! Feng Zichen's consciousness swept over. As expected, he found a problem in a certain space node on the sun star. A mysterious wave spread out from the node and resonated with the bell of chaos. Because of this, Tai's side could open a passage to the sun star with one strike. As expected, the sturdiest fortresses were often destroyed from the inside. Humph. With a cold snort, Feng Zichen secretly used his strength to destroy the space node on the Sun Star. At the same time, the passage opened by the Bell of Chaos also disintegrated and collapsed. However, although Feng Zichen's movements were fast, he was still one step too slow. The moment before the space passage collapsed, Dong Huangtai, who was holding the Bell of Chaos, had already walked out of the passage and arrived in front of the Sun Star in the boundless starry sky. After countless years, he had returned to the boundless starry sky. Seeing this familiar yet strange scene, Dong Huangtai's emotions were difficult to describe. Buzz buzz buzz, sensing Dong Huangtai's aura, the Sun Star actually trembled inexplicably. It was filled with a sense of familiarity, as if it had seen its own child. No, it was not as if it had seen its own child, Dong Huangtai. Sensing the Sun Star's reaction, Feng Zichen's expression could not help but turn ugly. Although he had expected this situation, he still found it hard to accept when he saw it. This meant that all his efforts to weaken Di Jun's influence on the Sun Star had been in vain. This scene made Feng Zichen deeply realize that unless he could reshape the Sun Star, he would not be able to weaken Di Jun's influence on the Sun Star. I'm back. Looking at the Sun Star, Dong Huangtai muttered. In an instant, the Sun Star shook violently. The mark that Dong Huanggong had imprinted on Panga's left eye was jumping crazily. It was almost sent flying. After a long time, it gradually calmed down. That was the power of the Sun Star resisting. It wanted to get rid of Dong Huanggong's control and return to Dong Huangtai's hands. Fortunately, Dong Huanggong came from the same source as the Sun Star and could be considered one of its children. Otherwise, with just one sentence from Tai, the Sun Star would probably return to Tai's control. Seeing this, Feng Zichen's expression turned even uglier. He had no doubt that if he had controlled the Sun Star, he would not have been able to win against Tai just now. Tai and Di Jun were perhaps the biggest flaw of the boundless starry sky. With them around, the Sun Star could have problems at any time. And the Sun Star that had problems would become the biggest flaw of the galaxy cosmic light array. It was also because Feng Zichen was lucky that he had replaced Dong Huanggong with a casual move and made him the Sun Star Master. Otherwise, it would have been hard to say who the Sun Star belonged to today. From the looks of it, Dong Huanggong's incarnation was more important than Feng Zichen had imagined. He had to be kept alive. Similarly, the real Dong Huanggong would definitely die. As for why he had killed the real Dong Huanggong and not Tai, wasn't that obvious? Persimmons were always picked on the weak. How could the difficulty of killing Dong Huangtai be the same as killing the real Dong Huanggong? Feng Zichen could crush the latter to death with a backhand. If the former didn't use the power of the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen wouldn't even have the confidence to defeat him. Between him and Tai, it was hard to say who was stronger and who was weaker before they really fought. Dong Huanggong, are you courting death? Seeing that he hadn't regained control of the Sun Star, Dong Huangtai immediately realized where the problem came from. Furious, Tai picked up the Bell of Chaos and smashed it toward Dong Huanggong. Seeing this, Dong Huanggong didn't dare to step forward. He quickly dodged backward and ran back to the Sun Temple. The gap between a perfected sage-to-be and a sixth sky of Hunyuan was enough to make people despair. If he was really hit by the Bell of Chaos, Dong Huanggong, who had just become Dong Huanggong, would probably die on the spot. Fellow Daoist Dong Huang, come quickly. Sensing that Dong Huanggong was in danger, Daoist Fusang, who was in seclusion in the Sun Temple, quickly came to help. Whoosh! A divine light rushed out from the Sun Star. Cooperating with Dong Huanggong, it pulled him into the Sun Temple in time and barely avoided the attack of the Bell of Chaos. Fusang Tree, it's you? Even you are going to betray us? Dong Huangtai asked in disbelief after recognizing the innate Fusang Tree. He didn't expect the innate Fusang Tree to betray him. He remembered that he got along well with the innate Fusang Tree. Fellow Daoist, you're exaggerating. Poor Wei has never submitted to you and your brother. How can you say that he betrayed you? Moreover, I think you know how Di Jun treated poor Wei back then. If he was willing to help me back then, why would he be here today? Daoist Fusang's faint voice floated out of the Sun Temple. Hearing this, Tai couldn't help but be a little speechless. Back then, he was worried that the innate Fusang tree would compete with him and his brother for the luck of the Sun Star after transforming. Jun was wary of the innate Fusang tree in every possible way. Not only did he not help it transform, but he also separated part of the innate Fusang tree's origin, which greatly damaged its vitality. The innate Fusang tree in the Tang Valley was the origin that Jun separated from Daoist Fusang. It was precisely because of this that after being together for countless years, there was no friendship between Daoist Fusang and Jun. Instead, there was quite a bit of hatred between them. There was no enmity between Daoist Fusang and Tai. However, just the fact that Tai was Jun's younger brother was enough for Daoist Fusang to hate him. Tai, you've gone too far. This is no longer the boundless starry sky of the past. You're not welcome here. Just as Tai was immersed in the past, Feng Zichen came and stood between him and the sun star. Tai greets fellow Daoist Ziwei. Seeing Feng Zichen walk over, Donghuang Tai bowed to him. Ziwei the Great had saved the world and reshaped the boundless starry sky. Without him, even if the primordial world was not destroyed, it would be in a half-crippled state. Therefore, when all living beings saw Ziwei the Great, they had to treat him with respect. Not to mention the saints, even Dao ancestor Hong Jun was the same when he saw him. His merit was really too great. Even the Dao ancestors were no exception, let alone Tai. Pointing at the surrounding starry sky, Feng Zichen said to Tai, fellow Daoist Tai, look at the boundless starry sky and the newly restored Zhousing. Do you think they'll welcome you? Just as Feng Zichen spoke, the surrounding stars also cooperated and released their hatred toward Tai. How could they not cooperate? The innate star gods they had nurtured were almost all killed by the demon race. And they themselves were also affected by the war between the liches and demons and were completely shattered. If Feng Zichen had not reshaped the starry sky, this place would have really become a ruin covered with the remains of the stars. Sensing the hatred of the surrounding stars, Donghuang Tai became even more silent. The demon race had ruled the boundless starry sky for countless years. Not only had they not made any achievements, but they had also become the enemy of all the stars. Speaking of which, it was really sad. Sigh, fellow Daoist, don't say any more. The monster race has indeed betrayed the boundless starry sky, and the poor Wei does feel somewhat guilty. But this is not a reason for her to give up on the sun. If you want her to leave, let's see how it goes with a fight. After a long silence, Donghuang Tai suddenly challenged Feng Zichen to a duel. My thoughts exactly, Feng Zichen nodded and suddenly summoned the Zhousing portrait and blasted it at Donghuang Tai. At almost the same time, Donghuang Tai summoned the Bell of Chaos and blasted it at Feng Zichen. Rumble. Two terrifying waves of energy collided in the starry sky, shattering endless space and time without harming the surrounding stars at all. Both of them were top existences in the wilderness and had long since mastered their strength to the acme of perfection. Every time they attacked, they'd calculated and never wasted the slightest bit of energy. They could be said to have reached the pinnacle in seconds. Is this the peerless connate treasure of the boundless starry sky, the Zhousing portrait? Back then, my brother and I often sensed that a peerless treasure was being nurtured in the boundless starry sky. But no matter how hard we searched, we couldn't find any trace of it. Who would have thought that this treasure would fall into your hands? This is truly the will of the heavens. Tai looked at the Zhousing portrait as he charged at Feng Zichen. P.S. My new book, Journey to the West, 9 Golden Crows Inside Me, will be published tomorrow. Please support it. Chapter 775. If the demon race had obtained the Zhousing map back then, the outcome of the battle between the liches and the demons would probably have been different. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Fellow Daoist Tai, you're too arrogant. Even if you join forces with Jun, you won't be able to fight me in the boundless starry sky, let alone you alone. Tai's fighting spirit was burning. He wanted to fight with Feng Zichen, but Feng Zichen wasn't in the mood to fight with him. He only wanted to end the battle quickly. He had already come to the boundless starry sky, and he still wanted to have a fair fight with him. Wasn't this a joke? If he didn't use his advantage, what was the point of having it? Not good. Hearing Feng Zichen's words, Tai Yi knew that something was wrong and was about to turn around and leave the boundless starry sky. However, it was already over. After Feng Zichen finished speaking, he directly made his move. Galactic Cosmic Light Array, rise. Rumble. Amidst the shining stars, a vast and boundless galaxy appeared, roaring and sweeping toward Tai Yi. At the same time, the cosmic light flashed, connecting heaven and earth. Accompanied by the resplendent galaxy, it swept toward Tai Yi. Bell of Chaos, rise. Seeing that Feng Zichen had used his ultimate move as soon as he attacked, Tai Yi didn't hold back. He raised the Bell of Chaos and activated its power with all his might. Immediately, on the Bell of Chaos, earth, fire, water, and wind surged endlessly. The power of yin and yang boiled endlessly, and the innate 5 elements were restless. At a certain moment, there was a loud sound of a bell ringing. In an instant, yin and yang disintegrated, earth, fire, water, and wind collapsed, and the power of the 5 elements shattered. Everything returned to chaos, evolving into an endless tide of chaos that wanted to destroy everything. Boom! The bell of chaos vibrated, and the vast and boundless chaos aura surged, colliding fiercely with the galactic cosmic light that surged over. In the next moment, with a boom, the galaxy exploded, surging with silver light that filled the sky. The cosmic light shattered, and endless light burst out, illuminating the entire boundless starry sky. At the same time, the tide of chaos rolled back. With a mighty momentum, it wrapped around the bell of chaos and retreated, drowning Donghuang Tai Yi. Kill. Seeing that Tai Yi was drowned by the chaos tide, Feng Zichen did not show any mercy. He activated the Zhouxing painting, and with the boundless power of the stars, he charged directly at Tai Yi, who was resisting the impact of the chaos tide with all his might. At that moment, Feng Zichen's strike was at least comparable to a 10th heavenly layer chaos primordial chaos primordial chaos primordial chaos primordial chaos, or even stronger. Boom! Feng Zichen's attack caused the entire boundless starry sky to tremble and rumble. This wasn't out of fear, but rather excitement. They were gathering their own power and adding it to Feng Zichen's attack. From the moment Feng Zichen started to attack the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi, the power of his attack had been increasing. When he rushed in front of Tai Yi and attacked him, Feng Zichen was not very clear about how powerful this attack was. He only knew that the power of this attack was somewhat beyond his control. If he didn't blast it out, this force would go out of control and explode in his hands. He would hurt himself before he could hurt the enemy. Rumble. Without hesitation, Feng Zichen came to Tai Yi's side and blasted the attack out. Seeing Feng Zichen coming, Tai Yi, who was resisting the impact of the chaos tide, knew that it was too late to counterattack. Therefore, Tai Yi made a prompt decision. He forcefully gathered a trace of magic power and placed the Bell of Chaos in front of him, trying to block Feng Zichen's attack. Then, with a boom, the attack slammed into the Bell of Chaos. Under Tai Yi's incredulous gaze, it directly pierced through the Bell of Chaos and blasted into his body. In an instant, Tai Yi's body was drowned by terrifying waves of energy. He began to slowly disintegrate and shatter until he completely died. Even at the last moment, Tai Yi's eyes were still filled with deep shock and disbelief. He couldn't understand what kind of power could pierce through the Bell of Chaos. Tisk, it really isn't the main body. Tai Yi isn't a brute. Looking at the place where Tai Yi died, Feng Zichen casually clicked his tongue. The one who was killed by him wasn't the real Donghuang Tai Yi, but an incarnation of Tai Yi. If Feng Zichen really had the ability to kill Donghuang Tai Yi with one strike, then why would he plan all day? He could just carry Hongmeng Daozhong and go to Kunlun Mountain to fight the 5 saints to the death. At that time, he would punch the 3 pure ones and kick Zhuan Ti. He would be invincible. Naturally, he would do whatever he said. It was a pity that Feng Zichen didn't have the ability. If he really rushed to Kunlun Mountain to fight the 5 saints to the death, not to mention winning, he might not even be able to come back in one piece. Boom! When everything calmed down, the place where Dong Huang Tai died had already disappeared. Only a ball of bright congenital origin was left. That congenital origin was what Tai had obtained from Di Jun's backup not long ago. Feng Zichen was very familiar with it because he had it too. It seemed that Tai had refined this ball of congenital origin into an incarnation to test the depths of the boundless starry sky for him. After so many years, the boundless starry sky had long been managed by Feng Zichen. Tai wasn't completely confident that he could travel back and forth from the boundless starry sky. Therefore, he took the opportunity when Dong Huanggong refined the sun star to send an incarnation to test the depths of the boundless starry sky. It was also because Tai was cautious that he didn't dare to come with his real body. Otherwise, Feng Zichen would have thought of a way to make Tai stay in the boundless starry sky even if he had to use all the defenses of the boundless starry sky. After all, Tai's existence was too great a threat to the boundless starry sky. As long as he didn't die, the sun star wouldn't be at peace. At this time, Feng Zichen even thought of destroying the sun star and reshaping it once. In this way, the connection between Di Jun's Tai and the sun star would be completely cut off. This plan was really crazy. Feng Zichen only thought about it and didn't dare to put it into action. Because he couldn't block Panga's left eye. If he angered Panga's left eye when he destroyed the sun star and gave him a ruthless blow, Feng Zichen would be wronged. Even if he didn't die, he would be half crippled. Moreover, even if Panga's left eye didn't attack Feng Zichen, he wasn't confident that he could reshape a sun star that was exactly the same as before after destroying the sun star. It was too difficult. It was somewhat beyond Feng Zichen's ability. He could reshape Zhouxing, but he couldn't reshape the sun star. After all, the sun star was different from Zhouxing. It was the foundation of the primordial world and couldn't be touched. Therefore, the idea of destroying the sun star could only be thought about and couldn't be put into practice. However, don't think that Feng Zichen couldn't do anything to the sun star just because of this. He already had a plan to deal with the sun star. Once he succeeded, he would definitely be able to cut off the connection between the sun star and Di Jun's Tai. And the key to this plan was Dong Huangkung and Pangu's god. Feng Zichen wanted to use the power of Pangu's god to promote the sun star. After the sun star was promoted, Di Jun and Tai, who were no longer on the sun star, would definitely be affected. Their connection with the sun star would be further weakened. At this time, Dong Huangkung, who was in charge of the sun star, would definitely receive the greatest benefits when the sun star was promoted. It was uncertain whether he could break through to the primordial chaos realm. However, his position in the sun star's heart would definitely surpass that of Di Jun's Tai. Just like that, with the opportunity to strengthen the sun star, Feng Zichen raised Dong Huangkung's position in the sun star's heart step by step, suppressing Di Jun's Tai in one fell swoop. In the end, he would completely replace them. In this way, the sun star would not have to worry. This was the strategy of exchanging birds in the cage. Although this method would take a long time, it was safe. Even if Tai discovered it, he would not be able to stop it. Could he stop the sun star from promoting? In this way, wouldn't he be falling into Feng Zichen's trap? He did not need to do anything. The sun star would naturally hate Tai. No. This plan was not without flaws. That was Dong Huangkung. If Tai thought of a way to kill Dong Huangkung and resurrect the real Dong Huangkung, then Feng Zichen's plan would fail. Therefore, nothing could happen to Dong Huangkung. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen made a decision. For his grand plan, he could only wrong Dong Huangkung. In the future, he would stay in seclusion in the Sun God Temple. There, no one could hurt him. Sigh, poor Dong Huangkung. He had just been born and had yet to see the outside world, but he had already been destined to become the number one otaku in the primordial world. It was quite tragic. Sigh. While sighing for Dong Huangkung, Feng Zichen returned to the Ziwei Star. As for the innate origin left behind by the Donghuang Taiyi's incarnation after its death, Feng Zichen did not even look at it. Because there was no need. How could the Donghuang Taiyi leave the innate origin to him and help his enemy? The moment before he died, the power contained in the innate origin had been exhausted by Taiyi. In other words, the innate origin left behind by Taiyi was just an empty shell. There was no power in it at all. Not long after Feng Zichen left, a breeze blew past, and the innate origin dissipated with the wind. So powerful. After so many years, the boundless starry sky has been managed to become so powerful. With that kind of power, other than the Dao ancestor, no one in the primordial world can match it. Moreover, this should not be the limit of Ziwei the Great. According to my feeling, there should be an even more powerful force hidden in the boundless starry sky. The strength of that force gave me the feeling that I was facing the Dao ancestor. It had the ability to kill me. Somewhere in the primordial world, the Donghuang Taiyi opened his eyes and recalled what he had seen in the boundless starry sky. He could not help but feel a sense of lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he had not been careless. He had not personally gone to the boundless starry sky. Instead, he had sent his incarnation. Otherwise, he would not have been able to return today. In the boundless starry sky, Ziwei the Great was an invincible existence. This was Taiyi's most intuitive feeling. If Dao ancestor Heng Jun went, Taiyi was not very sure if he could defeat Ziwei the Great. However, he knew that if he went, Ziwei the Great would really have the ability to kill him if he really did not care about anything. In the future, if he fought with Ziwei the Great, he must not fight in the boundless starry sky. After coming back to his senses, the Donghuang Taiyi secretly made up his mind. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. During these 1,000 years, many things had happened in the primordial world. Many of them were quite dreamy. For example, the Donghuang Taiyi raised an army and sent troops to attack the North Sea Demon clan. He wanted to offer the head of Patriarch Kunpeng as a sacrifice to the heavens. He wanted to comfort the souls of the ancient demons who had died because of his escape in the battle between the liches and demons. Donghuang Taiyi personally led the troops. The remnants of the ancient demon clan changed their decadent state. Their spirit and appearance could be said to have been renewed. Their strength had increased by more than several times. Although the North Sea Demon clan was powerful, when they heard that they were going to fight Donghuang Taiyi, they were already afraid before the battle even started. Being afraid before the battle was a taboo for military strategists. The North Sea Demon clan's performance showed that they were definitely not a match for the remnants of the ancient demon clan whose strength had increased by several times. Almost as soon as they came into contact with each other, the North Sea Demon clan was beaten to a pulp. The North Sea Demon clan was no match for the remnants of the ancient demon clan. Patriarch Kunpeng was even less of a match for Donghuang Taiyi. In just one exchange, Kunpeng old ancestor was knocked down by Taiyi. Just as Patriarch Kunpeng was about to die in the hands of Donghuang Taiyi, a magical scene happened. As the mortal enemy of the demon clan, Goddess Hudu actually defeated Patriarch Kunpeng. This scene really made many people's jaws drop in shock. TSK, it was unknown what price the Kunpeng old ancestor had paid to get the Lady of Earth to help him. For a moment, everyone's imagination ran wild. With Goddess Huda's help, Patriarch Kunpeng's crisis was resolved except for being in an awkward situation. Furthermore, with the help of the witch race, the North Sea Demon clan also had the ability to fight against the remnants of the ancient demon clan. Since the demon clan was so lively, the human clan was naturally not bad either. In fact, they were even more chaotic than the demon clan. Feng Zichen still underestimated the attraction of the position of the human emperor. Other than the pawns planted by the three pure ones, there were actually many people from other clans who used secret techniques to join the human clan at all costs to fight for the position of the human emperor. Feng Zichen could only shake his head helplessly towards these opportunistic people. He arranged a miserable ending for them and let them go early. Of course, their physical bodies were not wasted at all. They were all integrated into the new god realm and became resources for its advancement. After that, it was the battle between the human clan and the reincarnations of the ancient powerhouses. On the eve of the Millennium Battle, the human clan relied on the advantage of having the upper hand to kill many reincarnations of the ancient powerhouses. However, these ancient powerhouses were not fools. After being ambushed many times, they gradually figured out that their identities had been exposed. Although they didn't know what method the humans used to discover their identities, there was no doubt that their identities had been exposed. Otherwise, the human clan's powerhouses would not have been able to determine their identities so accurately. Since their identities had been exposed, there was no need to hide anymore. The reincarnations of the ancient powerhouses all revealed their trump cards and fought with the human clan's powerhouses. When some of the ancient powerhouses revealed their trump cards, they were surprised to find that the legacy of their previous lives had disappeared without a trace. Chapter 776. There were even some who were ambushed when they were opening the relics of their previous lives. Not only did they lose their magic treasures, they even lost their lives. Of course, this was the work of the heroic spirits of the human race. As the war intensified, they joined the fray to seek the opportunity of reincarnation of the ancient experts. One had planned for a long time while the other was caught off guard. The latter was at a disadvantage. Under the circumstances where the heroic spirits of the human race were unprepared, the reincarnations of the ancient experts suffered heavy losses. Only 10% of them managed to retrieve the relics of their previous lives. Of the remaining 90%, 60% returned empty-handed while 30% died in the hands of the heroic spirits of the human race and fell into eternal slumber. This was the result of Feng Zichen asking the heroic spirits of the human race to hold back. If not, the number of reincarnations of the ancient experts would not be limited to just these few. Feng Zichen was still counting on the reincarnations of the ancient experts to help Dong Wanggong and ancestor Hong Yun to ascend to the throne. How could he kill all of them? If they were all dead, Dong Wanggong and ancestor Hong Yun would become generals without an army. Then, what was the point of acting in the future? Even though Feng Zichen purposely held back, the reincarnations of the ancient experts suffered heavy losses after being stabbed in the back twice. In total, 40% of the people had died in the two attacks. Before the war even began, 40% of them had died. This was obviously not a good sign. However, now that things had come to this, it was either you die or I die. They did not care too much and gave their all to fight against the human race for the seal of the God City. After 1,000 years of war, the situation of the human race gradually stabilized. Out of the 365 God cities of the human race, 200 of them were still under the control of the human race. As for the remaining 165 God cities, they were taken over by the reincarnations of the ancient experts. Of course, the reason why they were able to take over so many God cities of the human race was because Feng Zichen purposely went easy on them. However, in order to take over these God cities, the reincarnations of the ancient experts paid a huge price. Originally, there were only 60% of them left, but now, there was only 30% left. In other words, half of the ancient experts had been reincarnated during the battle for the God City. Their blood had been spilled on the battlefield, and they had become nutrients for the new God realm. The ancient powerhouses had paid such a huge price, but the human race had also suffered some losses. The 165 divine cities had been their greatest loss. In addition, more than 50% of the human cultivators had their cultivation levels decreased. This meant that they had all died at the hands of ancient powerhouses. However, while there were those whose cultivation levels fell, there were also those whose cultivation levels increased. Among the human race, there were many clansmen who performed outstandingly. In this battle, they obtained a lot of benefits. Not only did their strength increase, but several of them also obtained fragments of the human sovereign karmic rank. It was estimated that if he worked a little harder, he would be able to collect all 9 fragments of the human sovereign karmic rank and possess the power of the Daoist Taoist priests. And these people were Feng Zichen's main targets. Being able to obtain fragments of the human sovereign karmic rank meant that they all had the potential to become a human sovereign in the future. Even if they couldn't become a human sovereign in the end, with a little effort, they could at least become Daoist priests and become the mainstay of the human race. Something's wrong. The aura of a chaos demon god? A chaos demon god has sneaked into the human race. At a certain moment, Feng Zichen, who was observing the situation of the human race, suddenly found something wrong. He actually felt the aura of a chaos demon god in the human race's territory. Although the aura of a demon god flashed and disappeared, Feng Zichen was very familiar with the chaos demon god. He himself was about to transform into a chaos demon god. Therefore, nothing about the chaos fiend god could escape his perception. The appearance of the aura couldn't be his illusion. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen was a little nervous. The aura of a chaos demon god in the human race's territory was not a small matter. It meant that a chaos demon god had his eyes on the human race. This was not good news for the human race. The 5 saints had their eyes on the human race, and now the chaos demon god had his eyes on the human race. There were wolves in front and tigers behind. This situation was very unfavorable for the human race. If they were not careful, they would be in danger of being overturned. Originally, dealing with the 5 saints was enough to give Feng Zichen a headache. With the addition of the chaos demon god, he was forced to continue to expose his trump card. A tall tree attracts the wind. As for the arrival of the chaos demon god, Feng Zichen didn't think it was the 3 pure ones. They wouldn't do that, and the chaos demon god disdained to cooperate with the 3 pure ones of Pangu. The chaos demon god and the Pangu were natural enemies. If they really met, they would fight on the spot and start a life and death duel, not to mention drinking tea and talking about business. Stop dreaming. As for why the chaos demon god had his eyes on the human race, Feng Zichen had a rough idea. It was nothing more than a tall tree attracting the wind. At present, the human race was the largest force in the untainted land. In addition, it was in a period of civil strife. If the chaos demon god wanted to make trouble in the untainted land, he would certainly not let go of this opportunity. It was not strange that he had his eyes on the human race. However, no matter why the chaos demon god had his eyes on the human race, Feng Zichen had to find him. If he didn't find him, the chaos demon god hiding among the human race would be like an unpredictable bomb that would explode at any time and give Feng Zichen a huge surprise. Was the chaos demon god hiding very well? It didn't matter. Feng Zichen had plenty of time recently. He could check the human race's territory one by one. He didn't believe that he couldn't find the chaos demon god after turning the entire human race upside down. Dong Wanggong and ancestor Hong Yun hid so well in the human race and even had the cover of a sage. However, they were still found by Feng Zichen, not to mention the chaos demon god. This was the untainted land, not the realm sea. It was Feng Zichen's home ground, not the chaos demon god's. If Feng Zichen could still let the chaos demon god slip away under his nose when he had the home ground advantage, he would have set up the human race for so many years in vain. He might as well abdicate as soon as possible. Rumble. Vast divine thoughts gushed out of Feng Zichen's body. Together with the pagoda of luck and the black-yellow pagoda of heaven and earth, they began to scan the human race's territory inch by inch. At the same time, the torch flame of the human race's luck was also trembling and resonating with all the luck of the human race. Once a special luck appeared, it would definitely be sensed by Feng Zichen. In this way, 100 years had passed. Feng Zichen's plan to explore the human race's territory was only half completed. It was only half that he didn't find any abnormalities. In other words, the chaos demon god wasn't hiding there and he had to continue to explore. However, there was no need to continue. That was because Feng Zichen had roughly determined the identity of the chaos demon god. He didn't discover it, but the chaos demon god took the initiative to reveal his identity. During the 100 years when Feng Zichen was searching for the chaos demon god, another peerless genius appeared in the human race. His talent couldn't be described as peerless. He wasn't weaker than the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors when they were young. He might even be better. Just how outstanding was this person? He was an existence that defied common sense. He called himself God and was born in an ordinary village. However, with such a background, this country boy who called himself God reached the realm of the Daoist Taoist priests in only 100 years. Hiss 100 years, or even less than 100 years, this child reached the realm of the Daoist Taoist priests. It was really terrifying. Wasn't this telling others that there was something wrong with him? Even if Feng Zichen reincarnated and recultivated now, he wouldn't be able to reach the realm of the Daoist Taoist priests in 100 years. It would take at least 1,000 years. It didn't matter about the realm or magic power, but it would take 1,000 years just to polish a body of the Daoist Taoist priests. This god was undoubtedly the Chaos Demon God. Only the Chaos Demon gods, who had died many times and were experienced enough to use the Chaos origin to create all things, could have such an ability. In the past 100 years, deity had not only been practicing. He had also pulled together a large force and joined the fight for the imperial jade seal of the divine cities. He had seized control of more than 40 divine cities from the hands of the reincarnated experts of antiquity times. At the same time, he also took away the control of more than 10 divine cities from the human tribe. At this time, Feng Zichen almost figured out the purpose of this chaos demon god. He wanted to fight for the throne of the human emperor. That was really good. Feng Zichen was full of praise for the chaos demon god's idea. If he really succeeded, this chaos demon god would have completely penetrated into the untainted land and become an important figure. At that time, no matter what plan he had, he could carry it out calmly. It had to be said that this chaos demon god's plan was perfect. If he had time to arrange it calmly and had started to plan it from tens of thousands of years ago, he might really succeed. But now, he was still too impatient. Wasn't it obvious that he was telling others that there was something wrong with him by becoming the Daoist Taoist priests in 100 years? Anyone would doubt him, let alone the suspicious Feng Zichen. Spying on him with the mark of the Great Way, Feng Zichen really found the aura of chaos on him. He was undoubtedly the chaos demon god. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen was about to suppress him. Chaos demon god, of course, should be killed. In particular, this one was so arrogant that he couldn't wait for the whole world to know his identity. Therefore, he couldn't be left alive. But at the moment of taking action, Feng Zichen hesitated. He felt that something was wrong. This chaos demon god didn't look like a fool. Why did he behave so unwisely? It seemed that he deliberately let others discover his identity. He always felt that he was hiding something. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen was not in a hurry to take action against him. Instead, he continued to investigate in the human clan territory. He always felt that there was more than one chaos demon god hiding in the human clan. Soon, Feng Zichen found that something was wrong. He sensed a trace of the aura of the chaos demon god in an ordinary human clan teenager. And the aura of the chaos demon god was the one that Feng Zichen had sensed earlier. Sure enough, there is something wrong. After realizing this, Feng Zichen didn't make it public. Instead, he continued to investigate. It wasn't until they had thoroughly checked the entire human tribe's territory and found no more problems that they turned their attention to the ordinary human youth. No, he was not ordinary. He was the real chaos demon god hiding in the human clan. The guy outside who had a good performance was just a target for him to attract the attention of outsiders and conceal his existence. His aura accidentally leaked and attracted the attention of the human emperor. In order to prevent his identity from being exposed, the chaos demon god immediately arranged a fake body to attract everyone's attention. He continued to disguise himself and stayed in the human clan to carry out his plan. To be honest, this method was not very clever. However, it was such a simple method that almost fooled Feng Zichen. It had to be said that this method caught Feng Zichen's mistake in thinking. Who would have thought that the chaos demon god would use such a simple method to conceal his tracks? Sure enough, the simplest method was often the best method. Alas! Feng Zichen sighed. He suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the Chaos Demon God. And the Chaos Demon God was obviously prepared for this. Sure enough, I was discovered. Seeing Feng Zichen stretch out his hand to grab him, the Chaos Demon God didn't resist. He just smiled bitterly and then his body slowly dissipated. He had transformed into Tao. He was just a reincarnated body and was no match for the human emperor. In addition, he was in the territory of the human clan, so he was even less of a match for the human emperor. Knowing that he was no match for the human emperor, he didn't want to be humiliated by the human emperor. Therefore, transforming into Tao was the best choice for the Chaos Demon God. Rumble. Feng Zichen stretched out his hand and grabbed nothing. Humph, you run fast. The Chaos Demon God wanted to transform into Tao. Feng Zichen couldn't stop him. He could only snort and withdraw his hand. As this Chaos Fiend God transformed into the Tao, the fake body he had left behind in the outside world also vanished into thin air. In an instant, more than 60 divine cities of the human clan lost their owners at the same time. Dazzling divine lights soared into the sky and turned into more than 60 imperial seals, slowly floating in the air. What's going on? Why did the god fall without any warning? Seeing the fall of the god, many people were shocked. However, many people felt that this was their chance to sneak into the divine cities to seize the imperial seals. A chaotic battle broke out. At the same time, Feng Zichen suddenly summoned all the heavenly legends of the human clan and ordered them to go and take back the ownerless divine cities of the human clan after the god fell. There were only dozens of heavenly legends who could catch Feng Zichen's attention. They were all people who had obtained the fragments of the human king karmic rank and had the qualifications to become kings. Tut, 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 are you going to make me a matryoshka doll? After everyone left, Feng Zichen looked at the back of one of them with a playful look in his eyes. Chapter 777. Feng Zichen thought this human clan genius was a good person, and Feng Zichen thought that he had a great chance of becoming the human king. Unexpectedly, this guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes turned out to be the reincarnation of the Chaos Fiend God. Good lord, he hid so well that Feng Zichen was almost fooled by him. Yes, this man was the Chaos Fiend God. Whether it was the gods in the outside world or the ordinary human youth hiding in the human clan, they were all pretenses deliberately left by him to hide his true identity. Who would have thought that one of the top geniuses of the human clan was the reincarnation of the Chaos Fiend God? Sure enough, the most dangerous place was the safest place. This guy had been free and unfettered under Feng Zichen's nose for so long, but Feng Zichen didn't notice anything unusual. That was really something. This time, the Chaos Fiend God was careless. Otherwise, Feng Zichen wouldn't have been able to discover his identity. At that time, he would inevitably be tricked by this Chaos Fiend God. After secretly calculating, Feng Zichen found that this Chaos Fiend God had started to plot against the human clan at least hundreds of thousands of years ago. As for how he hid from Feng Zichen's perception, he could only say that this Chaos Fiend God was really ruthless. In order to prevent his identity from being exposed, he first reincarnated several times in the untainted land to wash off his chaotic aura, and then reincarnated into the human clan. Then, he didn't rush to carry out his plan, but continued to reincarnate in the human clan. After dozens of reincarnations, he lurked in the human clan. No wonder he dared to show up in front of Feng Zichen without being afraid of being exposed. After reincarnating in the human clan dozens of times, this Chaos Fiend God was no different from a real human clan. Even now, Feng Zichen didn't see any difference between this Chaos Fiend God and a real human clan. Since this Chaos Fiend God had concealed himself so deeply, how had he been exposed? It could only be said that he was too greedy. Seeing that the human clan was in chaos, this Chaos Fiend God wanted to fight for the throne of the human emperor. Then, he found an opportunity to exchange for a human sovereign karmic rank fragment. He planned to become a human sovereign first and then seize the throne of the human sovereign. The fragment of the human sovereign karmic rank entered his body and tried to merge with his real spirit. That was where the problem came from. No matter how a person changed, their true spirit was always the same. Therefore, no matter how the chaos demon god changed its appearance, its true spirit would always be the true spirit of a chaos demon god. Affected by the fragment of the human sovereign karmic rank, this chaos demon god lost control for a moment and leaked a trace of chaos demon god chi. Although he quickly concealed it, Feng Zichen's perception was so sharp that he could not hide anything from him. The wisp of chaos demon god chi was no exception. Perhaps this chaos fiend god had also sensed that he had been exposed. Therefore, he created two fake bodies one after another, one in the light and one in the dark, in order to pass off as genuine and deceive people. But in the end, Feng Zichen was more skillful. He saw through his disguise and found his real body. What a joke! The fragment of the human sovereign karmic rank belonged to Feng Zichen. This chaos demon god had left the fragment of the human sovereign karmic rank in his body and wanted to hide it from him. Wasn't that a joke? If this chaos demon god had forced out the fragment of the human sovereign karmic rank in time, Feng Zichen might not have been able to find him. But he not only left the fragment of the human sovereign karmic rank, but also dared to continue to hang around in front of Feng Zichen. If Feng Zichen still couldn't find him, it would be a miracle. When he first discovered this person's identity, Feng Zichen really wanted to slap him to death. But immediately, Feng Zichen changed his mind. Didn't this chaos demon god want to be the human sovereign? Then Feng Zichen would fulfill his wish. By then, no matter if this chaos demon god, ancestor Hongyun, or Dong Wanggong became the human sovereign, Feng Zichen would stuff them into the human sovereign city and use them as perpetual motion machines. As for the other two cities, he would not waste them. One for Sun City and one for Sun City. With the strength of that chaos demon god, it was easy for him to deal with the forces left behind after the fall of the god. Therefore, he easily took over the 40 divine cities and became the overlord of the human clan. However, at this time, perhaps he felt that the time was not right, so the chaos demon god did not choose to set up his own sect. Instead, he continued to submit to Feng Zichen. Feng Zichen did not say anything about this. He was waiting for the next step of the sage's plan. At this point, if the sage did not have a follow-up plan, this show could not go on. As expected, as Feng Zichen expected, the 5 sages finally decided to take action. In the Jade Virtual Palace, the 5 sages looked at each other and said slowly, "My friends, success or failure depends on this." As soon as they finished speaking, everyone nodded and walked out of the Jade Virtual Palace. Do it. After a loud roar, heaven and earth trembled and the void wailed. Then, 5 dazzling beams of light rose from Mount Kunlun and blasted toward the human emperor palace. The 5 lights were the ultimate Khanate treasure Tai Chi diagram, Pangu's banner, the 4 immortal slaying swords, and the supreme grade Khanate merit spiritual treasure, the 12th grade golden lotus of merit, and the eastern cyan treasure lotus flag. Rumble. The 5 ultimate Khanate treasures blasted from Mount Kunlun and broke through layers of the void. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the human clan's territory. Sensing the danger, the immortal dragon city suddenly exploded. Endless divine light rose and turned into a bright light screen in front of the human clan's territory, trying to block the attack. But the result was that it collapsed at the first touch. In front of the 5 ultimate Khanate treasures, the powerful immortal dragon city was defeated without any resistance. After that, the boundary of the 9 states rose. The vague shadows of the 9 cauldrons appeared and suppressed the endless void. The powerful force spread and formed a huge boundary in the sky above the human clan's territory. Unfortunately, the result was no change at all. In the face of the combined attack of the 5 sages, the boundary of the 9 states, which was known as the strongest protection of the human clan, was easily shattered like paper. After destroying the immortal dragon city and the boundary of the 9 states, the 5 saints' treasures continued to blast forward. Their target was the human sovereign palace. Danger. Extreme danger. In the human sovereign palace, seeing the 5 saints' treasures blasting toward him, Feng Zichen felt a sense of danger that he hadn't felt in a long time. If this blow landed, there was a high chance that he would die. Even if his strength had recovered to the level of primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian, it would still be the same. Even if Feng Zichen was at his peak, he would be severely injured by the combined attack of the 5 sages, let alone when he was not at his peak. Just as Feng Zichen expected, the 5 sages' follow-up plan had arrived. But he thought of many possibilities, but he did not expect that the 5 sages would choose to attack him directly. What an unexpected result. Heavenly Cycle Palace, activate. Human Dao Imperial Seal, activate. 10,000 Spirit Crown, bless me. Human Dao Divine Ring, protect me. Almost instantaneously, Feng Zichen used all the means at his disposal, preparing to resist the attack. The sages had calculated that he would not dodge, so they chose to launch this attack. That's right, Feng Zichen could not dodge this attack, nor could he counterattack. He could only choose to resist it. Because behind him was the ancestral land of the human race. If Feng Zichen dodged, the sage's attack would definitely blast the ancestral land of the human race into powder. And if he chose to counterattack, the energy fluctuations produced after the collision of these two powerful forces would be enough to flatten the human territory. No, not just the human territory, but the primordial land might collapse into pieces. Therefore, Feng Zichen had no way out. In the face of this attack, he could only choose to resist it. With a whoosh, the human Dao Imperial Seal flew over and turned into a huge finger. It stood in front of Feng Zichen as if it was supporting the heavens and the earth. At the same time, the 10,000 spirit crown on his head bloomed with bright light. 72 colored Dao lights hung down and draped over Feng Zichen's body, protecting him firmly. In addition, a bright divine ring appeared behind Feng Zichen's head and surrounded him. This was the human Dao divine ring. It was the blessing of the human Dao to Feng Zichen. With this ring, no one below the primordial chaos could hurt him. As for the power above the primordial chaos, it would also weaken it. And these were not Feng Zichen's strongest defenses. His greatest trump card was the universal palace located in the primordial land. It was the galaxy cosmic light formation formed by it, as well as the god Pangu. Rumble. Under Feng Zichen's command, whether it was the universal palace in the human territory or the human Dao palace located in the primordial land, they all trembled and spewed out endless divine light. Those lights, with the human emperor palace as the center, connected and intersected with each other on the ground. Soon, they formed a huge formation on the ground. It was the Earth version of the galaxy cosmic light formation. Boom! Bright Dao light spewed out from the ground, blotting out the sky and covering the sun, covering the radiance of the sun, moon, and stars. Whoosh! Then, the river of stars surged, vast and mighty, surging endlessly. Cosmic light flashed, accompanied by the river of stars. There was not one, but two of the galaxy cosmic light formation. One large and one small, one positive and one negative. They intertwined on the ground, increasing the power of the galaxy cosmic light formation by several folds. Rumble. The faint image of the god Pangu quietly appeared, standing tall on the primordial land and gradually becoming one with Feng Zichen. Just as Feng Zichen used all of his techniques, the Dharma treasures of the 5 saints also arrived. With a boom, the Dharma treasures of the 5 saints, after being weakened by the human Dao divine ring, landed solidly on the human Dao imperial seal. Rumble. A powerful shockwave erupted and sent it flying. Fortunately, the main body of the human Dao imperial seal was made from the bones of the Pangu's fingers and was extremely hard. Otherwise, the 5 saints' attack would not be as simple as tearing it apart. At the very least, a few cracks would have appeared. Boom! After sending the human Dao imperial seal flying, the Dharma treasures of the 5 saints then landed on the defense of the 10,000 spirit crown, directly tearing apart the 72-colored mystic light that protected Feng Zichen. Then, the 5 saint treasures landed directly on Feng Zichen's body. With a bang, Feng Zichen felt a strong force hit him, and his qi and blood surged. Then, his body flew out uncontrollably and fell backwards. Rumble. Wherever Feng Zichen passed, the space collapsed layer by layer. He fell into the depths of the void. After a long time, he crawled out of the depths of the void, vomiting blood. However, at this time, he looked extremely miserable. Not only was he vomiting blood, but his body was also covered with wounds, and blood was gushing out like a fountain. He was like an exquisite porcelain that was full of cracks and would shatter at any time. Feng Zichen was seriously injured, as if he would die at any time. After crawling out of the depths of the void, he immediately went into the human emperor palace and announced that he would be in seclusion and would not see outsiders. Just as he fell into the depths of the void, the Dharma treasures of the 5 saints had already disappeared. Not long after Feng Zichen announced that he would be in seclusion, the news of him being seriously injured and dying spread throughout the untainted land like a storm. Outsiders were shocked by the courage of the saints. They dared to attack the human emperor. They were really lawless. As for the human clan was already in a precarious situation. After knowing that the human emperor was seriously injured and dying, there was an undercurrent surging. Especially those with ulterior motives, they found an opportunity to put on one big show after another in the human clan. It could be said that it was very exciting. Anyway, after the news of Feng Zichen's injury spread, the hearts of the entire untainted land could be said to be fluctuating. At this moment, what was Feng Zichen doing in the human emperor palace? Was he healing? No, he was crying out in pain. He was not injured at all. What was there to heal? The joint attack of the 5 saints was indeed very strong. However, after being weakened by so much power, how much power was left? When it hit Feng Zichen's body, it was a little exaggerated to say that it was just an itch, but it did not cause any harm to him. It only made his qi and blood tumble, and he was also sent flying. Other than that, Feng Zichen was not injured at all. However, it was quite painful. As for why he was so miserable, it was naturally an act. The saints did not hesitate to attack him. If Feng Zichen did not act more miserable, how could the saints continue the show? Curious about the saints' purpose in attacking him, Feng Zichen was naturally very cooperative and was seriously injured and dying. He wanted to see what the saints were going to do next. At the same time, the 5 saints were obviously not in a good mood. How could they not pay a price for attacking the human emperor at his peak? Not long after they attacked Feng Zichen, the powerful backlash came. The backlash of power was naturally not taken seriously by the saints. They could destroy it with a flip of their hand. However, the backlash of karma was a headache for the saints. If they ignored it, then their disciples would be in trouble. Thinking of their disciples, the saints still blocked it. Their feet were covered with broken merit spirit treasures. Chapter 778. Although negative karma was mystical, it was not impossible to deal with it. Merit was the nemesis of negative karma. Consuming merit could offset negative karma. This time, in order to offset the negative karma caused by attacking the human emperor, the 5 saints could be said to have put in a lot of effort. The merit numinous treasures scattered on the ground were the proof. One could see that the spiritual light on the merit numinous treasures had become extremely dim. It was obvious that their spirituality had decreased greatly. Moreover, their bodies were already full of cracks as if they would shatter at any time. The reason for all of this was that the merit on their bodies had been used up in order to offset negative karma. With the depletion of merit, the spirituality of these Dharma treasures naturally decreased greatly, and their power was also greatly reduced. Even if they could be repaired in the future, they would only be reduced to ordinary Dharma treasures and would no longer be called merit numinous treasures. And these merit numinous treasures were almost all of the 5 saints' inventory. After this, even if they still had merit numinous treasures in their hands, there would not be more than 2 or 3 of them. Hundreds of millions of years of collection were emptied in one day. This was a huge price to pay. Even with the wealth of the 5 saints, it was inevitable that they would feel the pinch. However, compared to the results they had achieved, this price was undoubtedly worth it. The arrogant human emperor had really been severely injured by them. He would probably not be able to appear in the Eldritch world in a short period of time. This way, the following situation would be very advantageous to the 5 saints. What were some merit numinous treasures? No matter how valuable these treasures were, could they be more valuable than the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda? They had even given up the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda, so why would they care about these merit numinous treasures? As long as they could severely injure the human emperor, any price would be worth it. Fellow Daoists, the North Star has been severely injured by us. I'm afraid he won't be able to manage the affairs of the human race in a short period of time. This is our opportunity. The next step of the plan should also be carried out. Take this opportunity to settle the situation with a battle and bring this chaotic situation back to the right track. At the same time, send fellow Daoist North Star back to the heaven realm, so that he can be at ease and continue to be the Emperor of the North Star. Don't have any thoughts that you shouldn't have and interfere with the affairs of the human race. The Grand Pure One waved his hand and put away the damaged merit numinous treasures. He looked in the direction of the human emperor's palace and said with hatred. After losing the heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda, even with the Grand Pure One's temperament, he could not hide the anger in his heart. He really wanted to skin Feng Zichen alive. His hatred for Feng Zichen was really like the waves of the Milky Way, and it was difficult to wash away. Senior brother is right. This battle has been going on for almost 100,000 years. It's about time for a conclusion. After the Grand Pure One finished speaking, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning continued. In terms of hatred for Feng Zichen, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was not inferior to the Grand Pure One. In fact, he was even more resentful. In the battle between the Grand Pure One and Feng Zichen, the Grand Pure One had lost the mysterious yellow pagoda. It seemed like he had suffered a loss. However, in reality, he did not suffer a loss. He had first snatched 20% of the destiny of the human race. Feng Zichen counterattacked angrily and snatched the mysterious yellow pagoda. Even if he lost the mysterious yellow pagoda, the Grand Pure One still had 20% of the destiny of the human race in his hands. It could not be said that he had suffered a loss. However, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was different. He had really suffered a huge loss at the hands of Feng Zichen. Not to mention that he had fought with Feng Zichen several times previously, he had not gained any advantage at all. He had also suffered repeatedly and lost face. Take the previous battle for example. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's right arm had been cut off by Feng Zichen. Until now, he had not recovered and was still in the state of a broken arm. The dignified saint, the supreme expert of the primordial world, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, was actually walking in the world with a single arm. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning did not know what ordinary people said, but he felt that it was really embarrassing. The one-armed Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was not perfect. How could the primordial Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning tolerate this? Because of this, ever since he returned from the chaos outside, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning had been in seclusion. Unless he had no choice, he would not take half a step out of the Jade Void Palace. He did not even want to see outsiders. However, the only thing that comforted the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was that although his right arm was broken, his strength was not affected much. This was not because Feng Zichen was not ruthless enough. On the contrary, he hated the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning to the core. Therefore, when he attacked, he was merciless. In theory, even if the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning did not suffer any serious injuries, his strength should have dropped by 1 or 2 points. But who asked him to have a good master? After the battle and the chaos outside, the 3 pure ones and the others followed Dao ancestor Hong Jun to the Purple Cloud Palace. In the Purple Cloud Palace, the Dao ancestor looked at the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's injuries. Although he did not heal his broken arm, he also eliminated the impact of the broken arm on his strength. It was not that Dao ancestor Hong Jun did not want to reconnect the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's broken arm, but he could not do it. In desperation, he took a step back and treated the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginnings' injuries. From this, it could be seen that Feng Zichen's sword was so ruthless that even the Dao ancestor was helpless. He could only let the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning continue to maintain his broken arm. Senior brother is right. There should be an outcome to this battle. Seeing that both his brothers had spoken, the Grand Master of Heaven hurriedly expressed his opinion. Senior brother, you're right. The three pure ones had unified their opinions, so there was no room for the saint to refuse. The two of them also hurriedly expressed their opinions. Alright, since all of you have agreed, let's inform Dong Wanggong and Ancestor Hong Yun and let them start the plan. Seeing that everyone had agreed, the Grand Pure One made the final decision. In the human territory, Donghua City. This was the place where Daoist Donghua, the overlord of the human race, attained his Tao. At the same time, it was also the foundation of his life. He used this city as his foundation and rose step by step. In the end, he became a great figure of the human race, second only to the human emperor. He, Daoist Donghua, was the reincarnation of Dong Wanggong, the leader of the ancient male immortals. He was in charge of more than 50 divine cities in the east of the human race and was a veritable overlord of the human race. The name of Dong Wanggong had been taken by the impostor Feng Zichen. Therefore, Dong Wanggong, who was reincarnated into the human race, had no choice but to change his name to Daoist Donghua. The reason why there was still the word Dong in his name was that Daoist Donghua could not forget his identity as Dong Wanggong. He was constantly reminding and encouraging himself so that one day, he could take back his former name. At this time, Daoist Donghua, who was in seclusion in the city Lord Mansion, suddenly received a message from the three pure ones, telling him that the time for the decisive battle had arrived. The plan had already begun. He no longer needed to endure and could fully display his ambitions. God knew how long Daoist Donghua had been waiting for this news. Since losing his identity, Daoist Donghua had been working hard to cultivate in order to restore his strength as soon as possible and take back everything that had once belonged to him. But it was too difficult. After losing his identity as Dong Wanggong, Daoist Donghua also lost his own luck. Without the assistance of Providence, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly become extremely slow. But no matter how difficult it was, he had to find a way to overcome it. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would sink into oblivion forever. For this reason, Daoist Donghua had tried everything. Finally, one day, Daoist Donghua accidentally obtained a divine city imperial jade seal, and from then on, his road to hegemony began. In the battle for the divine city, Daoist Donghua seized more than 60 divine cities of the human clan in one fell swoop. With this, he was infused with the luck of the human clan, and his cultivation level was restored to the sage-to-be level, becoming a mighty figure of the generation. Originally, Daoist Donghua should have been stronger, but unfortunately, deity appeared out of nowhere and took more than 10 divine cities from him, causing Daoist Donghua's strength to drop a few points. However, even so, he was still the top existence of the human clan. Without the human emperor, few people in the human clan could match him. Waking up from his memories, Daoist Donghua suddenly got up and walked out of the quiet room to summon his civil and military officials to the council hall for a discussion. He wanted to tell everyone that the era of great battle had arrived. In addition to Donghua City, in the western part of the human clan's territory, a divine city called Yun City was also not peaceful. The existence who ruled Yun City was as famous as Daoist Donghua, Daoist Ziyun. This person was also one of the overlords of the human clan, ruling more than 50 divine cities in the west. There was no doubt that Daoist Ziyun was the reincarnation of Ancestor Hongyun. As for why he was called Daoist Ziyun and not Ancestor Hongyun, there was also a reason. Ziyun naturally referred to Hongyun. Ziyun referred to Hongming's purple qi. Ancestor Hongyun wanted to become a saint in this life, so he took a character from Hongming's purple qi and his own name to form his new name. This represented his ambition to become a saint. It was ridiculous that he could become a saint just by giving a name. This saint was really cheap. Not to mention Daoist Ziyun's name, his experience was completely different from Daoist Donghua's. Daoist Dong Hua was able to achieve what he had today all by his own efforts, and during this period, he had encountered countless dangers. He was really fighting for his future with his life. However, Daoist Xian was different. Because of the fire cloud cave, his journey could be said to be smooth. He could pick up treasures while walking on the road. With a shake of his body, there would be magi coming from all directions to worship him. He was a proper protagonist template. Daoist Xian did not participate in the battle of the divine cities at all. As for why he, who did not participate in the battle, would control so many divine cities of the human clan, it could only be said that he was lucky and could really do whatever he wanted. When people sat at home, the jade seal of the divine cities would come from the sky. There was no need to fight at all. The jade seal of the divine cities would always appear by Daoist Xian's side through various coincidences and be obtained by him. Ever since Daoist Xian's debut, the only time he suffered a loss was when he was defeated by deity, who took more than 10 divine cities of the human clan from him. This was something that could not be helped. After all, for the untainted land, the chaos demon gods were bugs, and most of the existing rules were useless to them. It was normal that Daoist Xian's luck could not affect deity. To be honest, if there was no Feng Zichen, ancestor Hong Yun would be the destined human emperor. The luck brought to him by the fire cloud cave was really too strong. To put it in another way, all the sages of the human clan who lived in the fire cloud cave, including the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, had to give a wisp of luck to ancestor Hong Yun, the original owner of the fire cloud cave. Ancestor Hong Yun, who had such a strong luck, would definitely have the disposition of the human emperor if he was reincarnated into the human clan. It was a pity that he chose to be the enemy of Feng Zichen. Otherwise, he might have a chance to become the human emperor. However, what was certain now was that he, who was the enemy of Feng Zichen, was destined to go against the position of the human emperor. After Daoist Dong Hua received the message from the 3 pure ones, Daoist Xian also received the message from the 2 sages of the West. Yes, the 5 sages did not support one person, but 2. The 3 pure ones supported Daoist Dong Hua, while the 2 sages of the West supported Daoist Xian. This was easy to understand. The 2 sages of the West owed ancestor Hong Yun, so they had to stand on his side no matter what. As for the 3 pure ones, it was probably difficult for them to like ancestor Hong Yun. After all, the 2 sages of the West could be said to have been supported by him. With anger in their hearts, the 3 pure ones chose to support Dong Wanggong, who came from the Xian sect. He was their fellow disciple and was valued by the Tao ancestor in the past. The 3 pure ones were indeed more suitable to support him than ancestor Hong Yun. Since Feng Zichen was seriously injured, the human clan had fallen into silence. At this moment it was suddenly broken by a loud voice. The human emperor lost his way and was punished by the heavens. Today, he was punished by the heavens. This is the proof. Today, I, Daoist Dong Hua, call myself the King of the East. I want to lead an army to attack the human emperor city to get rid of the incapable ruler and return the human clan a bright world. Daoist Dong Hua rebelled. In the name of Feng Zichen being attacked by the sage, he accused him of being punished by the heavens. Then, he called himself the king and rebelled. To be honest, this accusation was so strong that even Feng Zichen couldn't wash it off even if he wanted to. Among the human clan, the rumors about Feng Zichen being punished by the heavens were not new. Similar rumors had appeared many years ago. It was just that at that time, Feng Zichen was at the peak of his power and no one chose to believe it. As for where this rumor came from, it probably started when the environment in the human clan's territory was getting worse and worse. Tens of thousands of years ago, the sage distorted the acquired laws, causing the environment in the human clan's territory to become worse and worse. Extreme weather also happened from time to time. Because of this, there were rumors about Feng Zichen being punished by the heavens in the human clan. Although Feng Zichen had tried very hard to control the environment, rumors could not be stopped. Coupled with the instigation of people with ulterior motives, it was even more difficult to calm down. However, with Feng Zichen's prestige in the human clan, even if there were some rumors, it was nothing to worry about because no one would believe them. But now, the situation was different. Although Feng Zichen was injured by the sage and not the heavens, how could ordinary people tell the difference between the sage and the heavens? In their eyes, the sage's attack was no different from the heavens. In that case, there was nothing wrong with it. The sage was the spokesperson of the heavenly Tao. In a sense, it was the heavens' attack on Feng Zichen. In this era, all living beings were still in awe of the heavens. Regardless of whether Feng Zichen was wrong or not, as long as all living beings believed that the heavens had attacked him, then he was wrong. Chapter 779. God would not attack good people. Therefore, those who were targeted by God must be bad people. The logic was perfect and impeccable. Feng Zichen was really a bad person, a tyrant. Not long after Taoist Dong Hua and Taoist Ziyun openly rebelled, God, the demon god of chaos who had transformed into the heavenly son of the human clan, finally could not hold back and announced a rebellion in the name of the human emperor. However, in addition to being cruel, he also gave Feng Zichen the title of being jealous of the virtuous. He revealed his identity and said that he was the fallen god. It was Feng Zichen who was jealous of his virtuousness and worried that he would threaten his position after he grew up. Therefore, after he seized more than 40 divine cities of the human clan, he secretly plotted against him and planned to kill him to prevent future troubles. Fortunately, he was blessed by God. He was born with 2 souls, so he escaped the disaster and had the opportunity to expose Feng Zichen's ugly face in front of the world. As soon as he said that, the world was in an uproar. Anyone with a little cultivation would definitely not believe in God's words. The Daoist Taoist priests, who had cultivated for 100 years, was simply an insult to everyone's IQ if they insisted that God was not a problem. However, God's words did not need to be believed. He was just looking for a good reason for his rebellion, and at the same time, attacking Feng Zichen's prestige. In addition to him, those with ulterior motives also did not believe in God's words. However, this did not prevent them from using this as an excuse to desperately smear Feng Zichen. After all, rebellion was a dishonorable thing and not a righteous thing. Therefore, in order to establish their righteous image, they had to desperately smear Feng Zichen. Only by completely smearing Feng Zichen's reputation could their actions be regarded as righteous and a very glorious thing. It was an uprising, a rebellion against the oppression of a tyrant, not a rebellion for power. Of course, there were those who did not believe, and naturally, there were those who believed. It should be known that there was no lack of ignorant people in this world. After seeing Feng Zichen suffer the wrath of heaven, they would naturally think that he was a sinner. Next, no matter who splashed dirty water on Feng Zichen, regardless of whether it was true or not, as long as there was a first impression, they would choose to believe it. Even if the evidence was placed in front of them, they probably wouldn't change their minds. Ignorant and paranoid. The root cause of this was Feng Zichen. His plan to enlighten the people had not yet been perfected. If everyone could be enlightened and no longer be ignorant, then these rumors could be dispelled by themselves and would not be able to shake Feng Zichen in the slightest. Because no one would believe him. It would never be like now, where the rumors would become more and more intense with the promotion of people with ulterior motives, and there was a tendency for it to spread to the entire human race. Of course, although the rumors were fierce, Feng Zichen had ruled the human race for so many years that there were still some loyal people. Almost all the Khanate Taoist priests of the human race were loyal to Feng Zichen. There were also the royal families, and the big families of the human race who were also loyal to him. In addition, Feng Zichen also controlled more than 80% of the human race's forces. The rebellion of Taoist Dong Hua, Taoist Ziyun, and deity seemed to be great, but in comparison, one would find that even if the 3 of them worked together, their strength was far less than Feng Zichen's. The rebellion of the 3 of them was tantamount to hitting a stone with an egg. However, even so, the 3 of them still chose to rebel. It was not that they were stubborn, but that they each had something to rely on. As soon as the 3 of them announced the rebellion, without needing Feng Zichen's order, his subordinates acted separately. The sages of the human race led by Feng Kangmang did their best to suppress the rumors. As for the Taoist priests of the human race, they left the ancestral land of the human race one after another and went to the major divine cities of the human race in person to stabilize the people's hearts. As soon as Feng Zichen's side worked hard, the more than 200 divine cities under his rule were quickly stabilized, and all kinds of rumors about Feng Zichen faded and disappeared. However, outside the 200 divine cities of the human race, Feng Zichen was a little far away from the sphere of influence controlled by Taoist Donghua, Taoist Ziyun, and deity. The rumors became more and more intense. Soon, the understanding of the human race in these more than 160 divine cities of the human race about Feng Zichen gradually stopped at the level of a tyrant. People were forgetful. No matter what contributions Feng Zichen had made to the human race before, they would not care. They only knew that Feng Zichen had been punished by heaven and was a tyrant. After listing the 10 major crimes of Feng Zichen, deity, Taoist Ziyun, and Taoist Donghua sent troops at the same time, from the south, west, and east, respectively, to the ancestral land of the human race, intending to overthrow Feng Zichen's rule. Rebellion? Discredit? Is this your way? That's undoubtedly disappointing. The hundreds of Daoist Taoist priests of the human race are not here to play. With them in charge, even if the 3 of them turn out in full force, they can't take down the divine cities of the human race. In the human emperor palace, Feng Zichen looked at the changes of the human race with a look of interest in his eyes. He wanted to see what other plans the 5 saints had. They must have a backup plan, otherwise. The hundreds of Daoist Taoist priests of the human race were there. This alone was enough to make the 3 rebels despair. Feng Zichen could roughly guess the saints' plan. It was nothing more than forcing the human Taoist priests away with various reasons, or setting up various restrictions so that the human Taoist priests could not intervene in this battle. In fact, it was just as Feng Zichen had thought. That was the plan of the sage. Back then, Emperor Zhuanxu could cut off heaven and earth, so could they. However, the saints' heaven and earth was different from Emperor Zhuanxu's heaven and earth. They only restricted existences above the level of the Daoist Taoist priests. Yes, it was specifically targeted at the human race. The saints did not hide their purpose at all. Of course, there was no need to hide it. The saints had the capital to be domineering. If the primordial world was a game, the heavenly Tao would be the manager of the game, and the saints would be the manager of the game. And primordial Daoist Jingxian like Feng Zichen had some loopholes. As long as the game manager did not care about the user's experience, they would have the final say in how the game came about. Dissatisfaction. They could either hold it in or delete their accounts and leave. If they deleted their accounts and left in the primordial world, they would naturally die. Of course, if they were strong enough, they could also use their powerful capital to compete for authority with the manager like Feng Zichen. The 3 armies set off aggressively, as if they were going to attack the root of the problem. Unfortunately, the truth was the opposite. They were aggressive, but they did not get off to a good start. Not to mention the human race's ancestral land, they did not even take down the first divine city. When the 3 armies arrived at the human race's divine city with the heart of victory, they were greeted by dozens of godlike figures. That's right, they were all Daoist Taoist priests. The 3 armies came from 3 directions, east, west, and south. Each army was guarded by dozens of Daoist Taoist priests, making sure that the rebel army could not take a step forward. The rebel army still had the courage to fight with a few Daoist Taoist priests, but dozens of Daoist Taoist priests were a little difficult for them. If they were not worried about the revenge of the saints, the reincarnations of the ancient powerhouses would have run away long ago. Speaking of which, it was not that there were no Daoist Taoist priests among the reincarnations of the ancient powerhouses. However, how could the number of Daoist Taoist priests be compared to the number of Daoist Taoist priests of the human race? If the human race Taoist priests rushed forward, even a sage-to-be would have to die, let alone the reincarnations of the ancient powerhouses. As for resurrecting the ancient demon gods, it was fine if Tai had not been resurrected, but now that he had been resurrected, the saints did not dare to think about it anymore. It would be hilarious if the demon race became a huge threat after the human race was dealt with. Brothers, it's time to attack. Looking at the 3 armies that were blocked, Saint Xuanti said in a deep voice. The sea of laws was broken by us, and now it's going to be rebuilt in our hands. Everything is destined. After Saint Xuanti finished speaking, Saint Jiayin could not help but sigh. Hearing this, Saint Taiqing glanced at Saint Jiayin thoughtfully. A strange light flashed in his eyes, but he did not say anything. He only raised the Taiji diagram and prepared to repair the Sea of Laws. However, just as the 5 saints were about to attack, there was a change in the chaos outside the sky. Balls of chaos origin suddenly appeared and floated in the chaos outside the sky. Like a placenta, they kept squirming. Dong! 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 Loud heartbeats came from the placenta formed by the chaos origin, causing the surrounding chaos chi to vibrate and resonate with it. Inexplicably, mysterious voices suddenly sounded in the chaos outside the sky. The tone was unusually ancient and mysterious, as if the great Tao was whispering and contained incredible power. This was not the language of the primordial world, but the language of the ancient chaos demon gods. It was the chaos divine language, the divine language passed down by the great Tao. The Tao rumbled and resonated with the chaos outside the sky. The surrounding chaos chi immediately boiled and rushed toward the placenta. Then, a shocking change happened. Connate ferocious beasts crawled out of the placenta and roared in the chaos outside the sky. Roar, 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 roar. The loud roars of the beasts reverberated in the chaos outside the sky, causing the surrounding chaos chi to boil even more. It formed a tide that could destroy the world and swept toward the primordial world. Rumble. The tide of chaos from the sky swept over and slammed into the barrier of the boundless starry sky, causing it to tremble. The boundless starry sky was located at the center of the primordial world and the chaos outside the sky. It was the biggest barrier of the primordial world and had been resisting the invasion of the chaos for the world. How can this be? Why is the chaos outside the sky suddenly rioting? The moment the boundless starry sky was attacked by the chaos outside the sky, Great Emperor Ziwei, who was observing the situation of the human race on Ziwei planet, couldn't help but turn his head and look at the chaos outside the sky in surprise. Then, he saw a dense crowd of connate ferocious beasts. Hiss! Seeing this, Great Emperor Ziwei couldn't help but gasp. This wasn't fear, this was excitement. Looking at so many connate ferocious beasts, Great Emperor Ziwei's eyes lit up. The chaos demonic god was truly a good person. Not long ago, he was still worried about where to find more than 360 connate ferocious beasts at the level of Daoist Taoist priests. Now, they were all here. As far as the eye could see, there were more than 1,000 connate ferocious beasts in the chaos outside the sky. It was densely packed. Feng Zichen would believe it if he said there were 10,000 of them. And at least 1/10 of these connate ferocious beasts were at the level of Daoist Taoist priests. 1/10 of 10,000 connate ferocious beasts was equivalent to 1,000. 1,000 connate ferocious beasts at the level of Taoist priests. Only the chaos demon gods could take out such a big sum. Of course, the chaos demon gods here were those in the chaos outside the world, not the group of cripples in the realm sea. 1,000 connate ferocious beasts were definitely enough to satisfy Feng Zichen's needs. There were only 365 divine cities of the human race. In other words, Feng Zichen only lacked 360 connate ferocious beasts, which was about 1/3 of the total number. Of course, the more connate ferocious beasts there were, the better. There were too many uses for them. Even if they weren't used as the eye of the array, they could be used to refine connate spirit treasures. The human race also lacked connate spirit treasures. Looking at these connate ferocious beasts, Great Emperor Ziwei's eyes glowed with greed. He wished he could capture all of them alive. After deducting those that the human race's divine cities needed, he would raise the rest in case of emergencies. He was crazy enough to raise connate ferocious beasts. However, if he could really raise Khanate ferocious beasts, then with how precious they were, Great Emperor Ziwei would make a fortune. At the very least, he wouldn't lack the origin of chaos in the future. Great Emperor Ziwei's idea was quite good, but his idea of monopolizing these Khanate ferocious beasts was difficult to realize. This was because in addition to him, there were two other people who coveted these Khanate ferocious beasts. They also wished they could capture all of them alive and raise them in captivity. Those two people were Zhou and Ti. Naturally, what happened in the chaos outside the world couldn't escape the senses of the saints. Not long after Great Emperor Ziwei noticed the abnormality, they also noticed that something was wrong. Then, they saw the group of Khanate ferocious beasts wandering around the chaos outside the world. When the three pure ones saw this, they frowned. When the two saints of the West saw this, their eyes lit up. In their eyes, those Khanate ferocious beasts were no longer ferocious beasts. Instead, they were obedient and cute disciples who were enough to inherit their orthodoxy. That's right, disciples. The main source of the Western sect's disciples was the Khanate ferocious beasts that the two saints of the West had enlightened. However, how could the Khanate ferocious beasts that they had spent so much effort to find in the primordial world be compared to the Khanate ferocious beasts that were directly created by the Chaos Fiend God? These Khanate ferocious beasts were the future pillars of the Western sect. Look, their big, bright eyes are filled with a thirst for the Tao. TSK, their eyes were red with desire. They were indeed very eager. If they could capture all of these Khanate ferocious beasts and enlighten them one by one, then the Western sect's day of prosperity would not be far away. Looking at the Khanate ferocious beasts in the chaos outside the world, the two saints of the West thought. TSK, the Khanate ferocious beasts that everyone hated in the past had now become rare creatures. It was really rare. The world was really unpredictable. Great Emperor Ziwei wanted to capture the Khanate ferocious beasts and use them as the array core of the human race's divine city. The two saints of the West wanted to capture the Khanate ferocious beasts and cultivate them as disciples. Chapter 780. Although the two had different goals, their goals were the same. They had collided. On Ziwei Star, Great Emperor Ziwei suddenly stretched out his palm. Endless starlight gathered and turned into a giant hand. It covered the sky and the sun as it grabbed at the chaos outside the sky. Rumble. The giant hand was boundless, and it was getting bigger and bigger. When it first left Ziwei Star, the giant hand was only the size of Ziwei Star. But as it attacked, with the support of Zhouxing, it became bigger and bigger. When it rushed out of the boundless starry sky and arrived at the chaos outside the sky, it was already half the size of the boundless starry sky. The giant hand covered the sky and swept over from the boundless starry sky, almost enveloping all the innate beasts. With a grab, the innate beasts that were enveloped by it all surged uncontrollably toward the palm of the giant hand. Great Emperor Ziwei's palm actually wanted to capture all the innate beasts. Seeing this scene, Saint Zhuan Ti and Saint Zhuan Yin on Kunlun Mountain were stunned. They couldn't help but curse. This attack was too ruthless. He didn't intend to leave a single one for others. It wasn't good to eat alone. Anxious, Zhuan Ti and Saint Zhuan Yin attacked at the same time. They attacked the giant hand that Great Emperor Ziwei had grabbed out. These innate beasts were the key to whether the Western sect could prosper. They couldn't fall into the hands of outsiders. Zhuan Ti and Saint Zhuan Yin were fast, but someone was faster. They were the chaos demon gods who had hidden in the chaos outside the sky and released these innate beasts. All the innate beasts were about to fall into the palm of Great Emperor Ziwei's supernatural power. Above the chaos outside the sky, 9 terrifying figures suddenly appeared. Their bodies were all enveloped by a layer of chaotic aura, making it impossible to see their faces clearly. A terrifying aura spread from their bodies, shattering the chaos around them. Primordial Chaos Daoist Jingxian. These 9 chaos demon gods were all existences at the level of primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. Rumble. 9 terrifying waves of energy surged out from the 9 chaos demon gods and surged toward the palm of Great Emperor Ziwei. With a loud boom, the giant hand was shattered by the combined power of the 9 terrifying waves. It turned into countless specks of light and dissipated. At the same time, the Xiantian ferocious beast that had been captured earlier fell from the sky as the giant hand shattered. It fled into the distance with a terrified look on its face. "Oh! Chaos Demon God?" As he spoke, the silhouette of Ziwei the Great disappeared from Ziwei Star. He arrived in the chaos beyond the heavens and faced the 9 chaos demon gods. Not long after him, the 7 saints, Dong Huang Tai, and the others also rushed over. In the face of a great enemy, internal strife had to be put aside for a while. First, they had to work together to drive back the enemy. This is called brothers fighting against the wall, resisting the humiliation from the outside. It could be said that at this time, all the experts of the origin in Untainted Land had arrived, except for the top experts of the primitive age and the human emperor Fengzichen. Why didn't Fengzichen come? Of course, it was because he was recuperating. The 7 saints, Ziwei the Great, and Dong Huang Tai added up to 9 Daoist Jingxian of the primordial chaos, and the other side was 9 chaos demon gods of the primordial chaos level. 9 against 9. It was just 1 against 1, so it was very fair. Holding their breaths and concentrating, the 9 of them each took out their magic treasures and were about to attack the chaos demon gods. However, right at that moment, the leader of the 9 chaos demon gods spoke. "Descendants of Pangu, have you really thought it through? Do you really want to fight against us? Do you know what the chaotic battle between the 18 Daoist Jingxian of the primordial chaos means to this world?" Hearing this, the 9 of them fell silent. Of course, they knew the consequences. If they were not careful, the untainted land would be shattered into pieces by them. But if they did not fight, were they going to let the chaos demon gods invade? Was this a joke? Pangu's father did not give this world to them for them to give it to the chaos demon gods. If the chaos demon gods wanted to enter the untainted land, they would have to step over their corpses. They would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. This was their attitude towards the chaos demon gods. Seeing that the 9 of them were silent, the leader of the chaos demon gods continued, "Descendants of Pangu, how about we make a bet? If you win, we'll turn around and leave. If we win, we don't want much. We just need to open up a place to live in the untainted land." Hearing this, the 9 of them looked inexplicable. After a while, the Grand Pure One, who was the oldest, asked, "How do you want to bet?" To the 9 of them, although they did not want to see the chaos demon gods enter the untainted land, they were even more unwilling to fight with them. That was because the price was simply too great. They were almost risking the destruction of the untainted land to fight with them. Dancing on a steel wire rope was like that. Hearing the Grand Pure One's question, the leader of the chaos demon gods knew that they were tempted. Therefore, he said, "It's simple. We won't attack and let our subordinates fight." With that, the leader of the chaos demon gods pointed at the connate ferocious beasts that were making a scene in the chaos outside the sky and said, "Do you see these connate ferocious beasts? Next, I'll let them charge into the untainted land, and what you have to do is to let your subordinates do their best to stop the connate ferocious beasts." In the end, when the connate ferocious beasts are all killed by your side, nothing will be mentioned. But if your side is no match for the connate ferocious beasts and is attacked by them into the untainted land, all the places that have been ravaged by the connate ferocious beasts will belong to us, the chaos demon gods. In that case, what do you think? After saying that, the leader of the chaos demon gods stopped talking and just stared at them quietly, waiting for the 9 of them to answer. The 9 of them looked at each other and communicated with their eyes, but they did not make a decision for a long time. They were waiting for the person who could make the decision to speak. Although the chaos fiend god Baba had said a lot to the 9 of them, his words were in vain. Because they could not make the decision for such a big matter. But don't forget that although the 9 of them were strong, they were only the managers of the untainted land and not the masters of the untainted land. It was not their turn to be the masters of the untainted land. From the beginning to the end, there was only one person in charge of the untainted land, and that was Dao ancestor Hongjun. Whether or not they agreed to the bet proposed by the Chaos Demon God still depended on Dao ancestor Hongjun's opinion. Silence. Endless silence. If Dao ancestor Hongjun did not speak, the 9 of them did not dare to agree to anything. Otherwise, when Dao ancestor Hongjun spoke and his opinion was different from theirs, it would be awkward. After an unknown period of time, when the Chaos Demon God was about to get impatient, Dao ancestor Hongjun, who had gone offline, finally came online and sent a message to them. Okay. When they heard the ethereal Dao sound in their ears, the 9 of them immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Even they would feel tired after maintaining their energy and confronting others at a high intensity. After shaking his sleeves, the Grand Pure One said to the impatient Chaos Demon God, "We agree to your suggestion. When will the bet begin?" Hearing that, the leading Chaos Demon God's eyes lit up and he said, "I won't take advantage of you. I'll give you 100 years to mobilize your troops and gather your men. 100 years later, it will be the time when the innate stage ferocious beasts attack the untainted land." After saying that, the 9 Chaos Demon Gods slowly disappeared into the chaos beyond the sky. The Chaos Demon God was much more familiar with the chaos than them. It was almost equivalent to having the home field advantage. It was really difficult to defeat the Chaos Demon God there. Fighting in an away field was already disadvantageous to the 9 of them. Besides, who knew if there were other Chaos Demon Gods lurking in the dark? It was because of these concerns that the 9 of them did not choose to fight the Chaos Demon God. The Chaos Demon God had a strong foundation and was not afraid of losing. He could fight with them at any time. However, they were different. They could not lose. Once they lost, they would lose everything. Therefore, the 9 of them would not easily start a war with the Chaos Demon God without full confidence. Of course, the great Emperor of Ziwei did not know what others thought about the current outcome, but he was still quite satisfied. Because this was what he had been hoping for. If they really fought with the Chaos Demon God, the great Emperor of Ziwei was not confident that he could capture 360 innate stage ferocious beasts alive during the war. But now, it was different. Although he could not fight, in terms of subordinates, which race in the untainted land could be compared to the human race? It would not be difficult to take down 300 innate stage ferocious beasts if 300 innate stage Taoist priests attacked together. Besides, who said that the human race was the only force under Feng Zichen's command? What other paths of celestial demons did he have? And the boundless starry sky. Although most of the innate star gods were killed by the demon race, there were still some who survived. And this was the greatest foundation of the boundless starry sky. Among the ancient innate star gods, none of them was weaker than the innate Taoist priests. There were even a few sage to be among them. Feng Zichen secretly calculated that he could mobilize about 400 Daoist Taoist priests without exposing the foundation of the human race. This force was enough. He also had the blood altar, which could resurrect the Daoist Taoist priests infinitely. This made them invincible. In this way, it should not be difficult to take down 400 innate stage ferocious beasts at the level of the Taoist priests. However, in this way, the human Taoist priests would have to leave the untainted land and head to the chaos beyond the heavens to prepare for war. Wouldn't this benefit the 3 rebel armies? With the human Taoist priests in the way, no matter how much trouble the 3 rebel armies made, they would not be able to overturn the heavens and take a step forward. But once the human Taoist priests left, the biggest stumbling block in front of the rebel armies would be gone. With this, they would have the possibility of attacking the human race's ancestral land. If this did not benefit them, who else would benefit? He had a feeling that these chaos demon gods were targeting the human race. Otherwise, how could things be so coincidental? As soon as the gods here rebelled, the chaos demon gods on the other side made such a move. These chaos fiend gods were most likely assisting the deity. The more great Emperor Ziwei thought about it, the more likely he felt this was. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? If this was really the case, the Chaos Demon gods were a little too generous. Great Emperor Ziwei's guess was basically close to the truth. The reason why the Chaos Demon gods appeared at this time was to help the gods and restrain the human Taoist priests. At the same time, they also knew the principle of not putting all their eggs in one basket. Therefore, they had prepared for both eventualities. In addition to the gods causing trouble in the human race, they also made a bet with the 9 people to send an 8-stage ferocious beasts to attack the untainted land. In this way, as long as either of these 2 plans succeeded, their purpose of entering the untainted land would be achieved. The 9 people present were all smart. After thinking for a while, they understood the Chaos Demon God's plan. But there was nothing they could do about it. In the battlefield with the Chaos Demon Gods, there was no doubt that they were the weak group and could only passively defend. When the Chaos Demon Gods made a move, they could only respond. Moreover, the untainted land was their home ground. The Chaos Demon Gods thought that they had succeeded, but they didn't know that the 9 people were planning to make them lose both their lives and their wealth. The 9 people looked at each other and didn't say anything. Then, they went back to mobilize their troops. Although it was said that they were mobilizing their troops, only the human race, the wizard race, and the demon race occupied the majority. In the current untainted land, perhaps only these 3 races could mobilize hundreds of Daoist Taoist priests. That's not right. Perhaps the 3 races could also mobilize so many Daoist Taoist priests. However, since ancient times, the 3 races had become unusually low-key. No one knew how much strength they had hidden. TSK, gods, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect the Chaos Demon gods to be willing to spend so much on you. They even didn't hesitate to start a war with the untainted land. How surprising. In the human emperor palace, Feng Zichen, who was recuperating from his illness, couldn't help but look surprised when he learned everything that had happened in the chaos beyond the heavens through Great Emperor Ziwei. He had always been on guard against the 5 saints. In fact, he even planned to take advantage of the time when the 5 saints were attacking to give them a harsh lesson. But in the end, he didn't expect the Chaos Demon gods to attack before the 5 saints and completely disrupted Feng Zichen's plan. As a result, the 5 saints escaped the disaster. The 5 saints were quite lucky. This time, the Chaos Fiend God had indirectly helped them. They had defended against everything, but they had forgotten about the Chaos Demon gods. Instead, they had been schemed against by him. That was enough. Alas, it was retribution. Feng Zichen had schemed against the Chaos Demon gods so many times. Why couldn't he get back at him for once? Anyway, he didn't lose much. Not to mention, the Chaos Demon gods probably wouldn't have dreamed that letting the human Taoist priests leave was part of Feng Zichen's plan. If the human Taoist priests didn't leave, the rebel army wouldn't be able to take a step forward. How could Donghua, Ziyun, and Deity become the human emperors? If they couldn't become the human emperors, how could Feng Zichen's plan of making them sacrifices be carried out? Therefore, even if the Chaos Demon gods hadn't come, Feng Zichen would have found a way to find a reason to send the human Taoist priests out of the untainted land. Otherwise, how could he continue the big show? This time, instead of saying that the Chaos Demon gods had schemed against Feng Zichen, it was better to say that the Chaos Demon gods had inadvertently done him a big favor. If the Chaos Demon gods hadn't helped, Feng Zichen would have had to spend a lot of effort to come up with a reason. How troublesome that would have been. Now, everything was saved. This time, Feng Zichen was in the atmosphere. Chapter 781. After the 9 of them discussed, they directly issued a Dao order to all living beings, summoning all the Khanate Taoist priests in the Eldritch world to head to the chaos beyond the heavens to hunt the Khanate ferocious beasts. This was a Dao order, an order of the heavenly Dao. No one could violate it. Even if they did not want to go, they had to go after the Dao order was issued. As a part of the Eldritch world, they usually enjoyed the resources of the world. Now that the enemy was invading, how could they not contribute at all? If anyone did not go, the 9 primordial chaos experts would not mind making an example of them and sending them back to the world. It could be considered as repaying the kindness of the world for giving birth to them. As soon as the Dao order was issued, it directly sounded in the minds of all the Daoist Taoist priests, letting them understand the cause and effect of this battle. There was no race in this battle. Anyone who went to the chaos beyond the heavens was fighting for the eldritch world and all living beings of the world. They should have great merit. When the battle was over, the heavenly Tao would appear and give endless merit to reward the heroes. On the eve of the Tao order, in the human territory, the human Taoist priests were bored and were thinking about how to play with the rebel army. However, suddenly, the Tao order descended and asked them to leave the eldritch world and head to the chaos beyond the heavens to fight the Khanate ferocious beasts. In an instant, the human Taoist priests looked at the rebel army in front of them and were dumbfounded. Now that the human emperor was seriously injured and the rebel army had not been eliminated, how could they leave so easily? If they left at this time, wouldn't they be giving the rebel army a chance? However, they had to obey the Tao order. If they did not go to the chaos beyond the heavens, they would probably be killed by the saint now. After hesitating for a while, the human Taoist priests looked at the rebel army with a dangerous gaze. They originally wanted to play with the rebel army, but now it seemed that there was no chance. With this thought in mind, everyone attacked. They used their strongest techniques to kill the rebel army. They wanted to kill the rebel army in one blow. At the critical moment, 2 bright rays of light suddenly rushed from the Kunlun mountain, emitting the aura of the human Tao, and entered the bodies of Taoist priest Ziyun and Taoist priest Donghua. It was the destiny of the human race that had been snatched away by the Grand Pure One. At that moment, the 20% of providence had been split into 2 by the Grand Pure One and entered the bodies of Daoist Ziyun and Daoist Donghua at the same time. Rumble. In an instant, the aura of the 2 of them skyrocketed. Very quickly, they stepped into the full circle of the Great Sage Realm from the early stages of the Great Sage Realm, becoming true powerful beings. Aha! As soon as their overall strength skyrocketed, both of them threw their attacks at the numerous Taoist priests of the human race without hesitation. Terrifying divine abilities erupted from their hands and destroyed all the divine abilities thrown at them. At the same time, a powerful chaotic aura erupted from God's body. It enveloped an area of several million miles, blotting out the sky. Everyone's divine abilities had just arrived when they were swallowed by the chaos chi that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. They didn't even cause a single ripple. Seeing this, the group of Taoist priests of the human race flew into a rage. They were about to unleash their Tao bodies and form the cosmic light formation of the galaxy to fight to the death. However, at that moment, Feng Zichen's ethereal voice suddenly sounded in their ears. All of you, retreat. There's no need to fight with them pointlessly. It's better to head to the chaos beyond the heavens as soon as possible and capture Khanate ferocious beasts for the human race. Remember, while ensuring your own safety, if there's a chance to capture a Khanate ferocious beast alive, do your best to do so. Don't be afraid of losses. Compared to capturing a Khanate ferocious beast alive, any loss is worth it. At the end, Feng Zichen's voice became softer and softer until it disappeared. Everyone looked at each other. Although they didn't understand what the human emperor meant, they couldn't disobey the human emperor's orders. Therefore, everyone glared at the rebel army and said, you guys are really lucky this time. A Khanate ferocious beast happened to appear and saved your lives. Otherwise, at this point, everyone sneered and left one after another, heading to the chaos beyond the heavens to prepare for battle. Although they didn't say anything threatening in the end, everyone knew that it wasn't anything good. Seeing that the Khanate Taoist priests had left, the rebel army couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. With the Taoist priests around, they couldn't see any hope of winning at all. All they had was endless despair. Now that they had finally left, the huge burden on the rebel army's heart was gone. Of course, they could relax. Attacking the ancestral land of the human race was just around the corner. As for the Taoist priests' threats, as long as they won the final victory and held high positions, the human Taoist priests wouldn't be able to do anything to them for the time being, no matter how strong they were. Moreover, after controlling the fate of the human race, it was hard to say who was stronger between them and the Taoist priests. TSK, have they finally made their move? In the human emperor's palace, Feng Zichen's eyes lit up when he saw the 20% of the human race's fate that was added to ancestor Hong Yun and the East Wang Gong. This was his chance to take back the 20% of the human race's fate. As long as he defeated the two of them, the 20% of the human race's fate that the Grand Pure One had taken away would not only flow back to the human race, but it would also bring the fate of the ancient powerhouses who had reincarnated into the human race's fate. With this, the fate of the human race would undoubtedly increase by a lot. This was good fortune. Judging from the current situation of the human race, their fate had almost reached its peak. There was basically no possibility of them becoming stronger on their own. If they wanted to continue pretending to be strong, they could only devour the fate of other races. However, devouring the fate of other races was not that simple. Other than making them take the initiative to submit, they could only suppress them with force. However, they could suppress them with force. Now, there were many powerful beings who were dissatisfied with the human race. However, they couldn't find a suitable reason to attack the human race. If the human race took the initiative to start a war and attack other races, wouldn't that be a reason to come knocking on their door? At that time, the saint would raise his arm and call for help. The human race would become the public enemy of the world. If it really developed to this extent, even if the human race was the protagonist of the world, they would not be able to escape the fate of defeat. Since they could not take the initiative to attack, they could only wait passively for others to submit. This was much more difficult than suppressing them with force. Even Feng Zichen could not think of a way to do this in a short time. However, now, he did not need to think of a way. The saint had taken the initiative to send him fate. The fate of the ancient powerhouses who had reincarnated into the human race was not a small number. It was comparable to several powerful races. At the very least, it could increase the fate of the human race by 5% or even 10%. How could he not take the benefits that were sent to him? Therefore, Feng Zichen allowed these rebels to grow stronger. Now, the stronger they were, the more fate they would accumulate. When Feng Zichen finally set things right, they would be able to obtain more benefits. As for going overboard, it did not exist. If it really went overboard, Feng Zichen would directly reveal his trump card and release the human Dao Imperial Court. With the fate of the ancient human race, he would pour the fate of the human race into the fate of the current human race. He would stabilize the universe in one fell swoop and sweep away all the turmoil. If the human Dao Imperial Court was not enough, he still had the Heavenly Fiend Path, the Yin Court, and the Myriad Realms Trading City. I, Feng Zichen, am the biggest old schemer in the primordial world. I have the human emperor, the great emperor of Ziwei, the great emperor of North Star, the great emperor of Fengdu, the great emperor of the South Pole, and a series of other identities, as well as an unimaginable layout. With countless trump cards, how could he go overboard? Wasn't this a joke? With so many trump cards, any few of them could calm the current chaos of the human race in one fell swoop. Looking outside and seeing that the rebel army had already begun to attack the city, Feng Zichen could not help but shake his head. The rebel army's attack was very strong. If he did not send volunteers, those divine cities would not be able to be defended. The divine cities were very powerful, but they had a flaw, and that was that they did not attack the inside. What did that mean? In other words, if there were foreign invaders, the power of the divine cities would be fully unleashed to resist the invasion of foreign enemies or to kill foreign enemies. However, if a civil war broke out among the human race, the power of the divine cities would not be activated. Compared to ordinary cities, there was no difference except that it was a little harder. Why was there such a setting? Of course, it was because Feng Zichen had deliberately set it up. If he did not do so, when the power of the divine cities was unleashed, how could the rebel army attack? Without the Daoist Taoist priests, who could break through the defenses of the divine cities? In this way, even if the Daoist Taoist priests left, the rebel army would still not be able to advance. Then, how could Feng Zichen carry out his next plan? These were all living fates. How could he give them up? In order to give the rebel army a chance to attack the ancestral land of the human race, Feng Zichen had really put in a lot of effort. Retracting his gaze from the rebel army, Feng Zichen looked at the heavenly realm that overlapped with the human territory. At this moment, after being nourished by the earth chi of the human territory and nurtured by the origin of countless experts, the heavenly realm could be put to use although it had not been fully opened. Seeing this, Feng Zichen's expression changed slightly, and he called for one of his trusted aides. He took out the 10,000 god painting and ordered the aide, "Pass down my order. Gather all the skilled craftsmen of the human race and build a 10,000 god platform outside the Emperor's city based on the layout of the Gaochen Celestial Palace. Then, when the 10,000 god platform is completed, stick this painting on it." With that, Feng Zichen handed the 10,000 god painting to the aide. Building the 10,000 god platform and taking out the 10,000 god painting meant that he was about to become a god. At this point in the war, it was time for the curtains to become a god. "Yes, Your Majesty." After the aide took the 10,000 god painting, he left to gather people to build the 10,000 god platform. 3 secs, your doomsday has arrived. After the aide left, Feng Zichen looked at the distant sky and said with some anticipation. The 3 realms of heaven, earth, and man would form a god together. How many lives would the 3 secs have to use to fill it up? Moreover, at this point in the war, the agreement in the Purple Cloud Palace could be said to be completely invalid. Who would be on the list, who would be carefree, and who would be destroyed in body and soul? The saints did not count. It all depended on their own abilities. Oh, right. The 3 sects here referred to Chan's sect, Jie's sect, and Western sect, not Chan's sect, Jie's sect, and Ren's sect. There were only 2 people in the entire Ren sect. This God-conferment tribulation had nothing to do with them. It was most suitable for the Western sect to replace the Ren sect. Who asked them to have more people? This God-conferment tribulation was destined from the beginning. Whoever had more disciples would be at a disadvantage. The human emperor had ordered to gather all the skilled craftsmen in the world to build the 10,000 god platform. As soon as the order was issued, the world was in an uproar. Many skilled craftsmen moved and rushed to the human emperor's city through the teleportation flying ship. Even many people from the Gaochen Heavenly Palace came to the mortal world. Although they did not know what the 10,000 god platform was, they knew that it was the human emperor's order. If they succeeded, wouldn't they show their faces in front of the human emperor? If they were lucky enough to be remembered by the human emperor, they would really be like carps leaping through the dragon gate. From then on, it would not be difficult for them to achieve the Tao. Everyone knew that the human emperor's talent was recognized as the best in the primordial world. Even Tao ancestor Hongjun and Dong Wangtai, the 2 strongest heavens primordial age and the strongest heavens primordial age, had to admit defeat in front of him and admit that they could not compare with him in terms of talent. If they could be valued by such a person and have a cultivation technique tailored for them, it would not be difficult for them to become Taoist priests. One had to know that in the legends of the human race, the Saint Emperor's Zichen clan was best at nurturing experts. In ancient times, the human race was weak and at the bottom of the primordial world. However, under his leadership, the human race became one of the strongest races in the primordial world and gave birth to countless experts. In the end, under his leadership, the human race even threatened the demon race's rule. As a result, the demon race's leader, Di Jun, who was the celestial emperor at the time, personally led an army to attack the human race and destroyed the glorious ancient human civilization. It had to be said that legends were legends. The more they spread, the more they changed. It was undeniable that the ancient human race was not weak. However, it was a bit of a stretch to say that they threatened the demon race's rule. The truth was that the ancient human race could not withstand a single blow from the ancient demon race. However, the current human race did not believe it. Our human race is so strong. How could we be easily defeated by the demon race? We must have gone through a bloody battle before we were unfortunately defeated by the demon race's conspiracy. This caused our glorious civilization to decline. Pui, the demon race is really despicable. It was no wonder that the current human race thought so. Looking around, the demon race in the primordial world had already become the food of the human race, let alone fighting against the human race. Looking at the current human race, how could the current human race's younger generation believe that the ancient human race was once beaten by the demon race? It was impossible. How could people who had never experienced that era know the horror of the ancient demon race? Turning a weak race into a strong race in the primordial world. This method was really fascinating. Of course, if this method was used on an individual, that person would not be able to fly. It was said that more than half of the current Khanate Taoist priests of the human race were nurtured by the human emperor. As long as the human emperor liked them, they would definitely become Taoist priests. Everyone came here to be noticed by the human emperor so that they could fight for a brilliant future. As for the human emperor being seriously injured, regardless of whether the saint really believed it or not, they did not believe it. Chapter 782. Their sage emperor loved faking his death the most. It was possible that his heavy injuries this time were also an act. The sage emperor was a wily old fox, wise and mighty. How could he be tricked by a saint? This serious injury was definitely an act. His true self was hiding in the human emperor palace. He must be secretly plotting something. Perhaps the old man was staring at this place. Thinking of this, everyone subconsciously puffed out their chests and perked up. They had to perform well later to leave a good impression on the sage emperor. A human from the Gaochen Heavenly Palace brought the blueprint of the Myriad God platform. Everyone built the Myriad God platform according to the blueprint. The next step was much simpler. Many skilled craftsmen of the human race worked together. Soon, a huge Myriad God platform was built outside the human emperor city. After the Myriad God platform was built, Feng Zichen's trusted aide remembered his orders. He walked up to the Myriad God platform and respectfully hung the Myriad God portrait on it. Strangely, after the Myriad God portrait came to the Myriad God platform, it floated to the center of the platform and slowly opened. In an instant, endless divine light spewed out from the Myriad God portrait. It was extremely dazzling and enveloped the entire human race. Then, information about becoming a god naturally appeared in the minds of all living beings. When the Myriad God portrait opened, anyone with merit, regardless of whether they had cultivated in life or not, could enter the role of gods after death. They could either protect an area for the mountain god or the earth god, protect the people for the kitchen god, or govern an area for the city god. In short, the Myriad God portrait had all kinds of deity positions. It covered all the daily needs of the human race. There was no need to worry about not finding a suitable deity position. Anyone with merit could enter the role of gods as long as they were willing. They could cultivate the divine path of incense and accumulate merit. If they accumulated enough merit in the future, they could directly become a righteous god of heaven and earth. They would receive the providence of heaven and earth and wield the power of heaven and earth. They could also directly reincarnate with their merit and start all over again. If a cultivator of the divine path performed well during their reign, they would receive the protection of all living beings when they reincarnated. Not only would they be free from the mystery of being in the womb, but they would also be able to avoid all demons. He could easily achieve results without any worries or disasters in his life. This was the biggest difference between the gods of the Myriad Gods painting and the gods of the investiture of the gods. The former was a free being, a divine spirit of the human Tao. The latter was enslaved by humans, a righteous god of heaven and earth. One belonged to the human Tao while the other belonged to the heavenly Tao. The difference was clear. Of course, the heaven and earth righteous gods on the investiture of the gods could be supported by the power of heaven and earth. Their strength was far superior to the gods on the Myriad Gods painting, but they didn't have freedom. Whether it was good or bad was hard to say. It all depended on the thoughts of the people on the list. As soon as the news of godhood spread, the high-level cultivators were still fine, but the low-level cultivators and ordinary people became excited. Based on the current situation of the human race, those who were still unable to set foot on the path of cultivation had to have terrible talent. Even if they were not born with spiritual qi, they were not far from it. It was almost impossible for such a person to cultivate. However, the appearance of the myriad gods diagram had given them another choice. That was the incense divine Tao. If he couldn't absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, then wouldn't he be able to absorb the power of faith? If he absorbed the power of faith and became a human Tao god, he would still be able to grow stronger. Moreover, he would be able to accumulate merit. This was another path of transcendence. How could ordinary mortals not be excited? It was human nature to pursue extraordinary power. As for the low-level cultivators, they were even more excited than ordinary people. Low-level cultivators were people whose cultivation levels were not high enough and whose potential had been exhausted. It would be very difficult for them to improve in the future. These people had no future and couldn't see any room for improvement. They had long despaired. However, the appearance of the myriad gods diagram allowed them to see another path of advancement. How could they not be excited? Whether it was the immortal Tao or the martial Tao, neither was enough for them to improve. Since that was the case, they were willing to try the incense divine Tao. After all, their situation was already like this. It didn't matter if they failed. These low-level cultivators were different from ordinary humans. They had already tasted the joy of power. Therefore, their pursuit of power was even more intense than that of ordinary humans. Good, the opportunity had come. The key now was, how would he obtain merit? Not everyone had merit on their bodies. If he couldn't obtain great merit, he could only start with small things. And that was doing good deeds. Not to mention other things, doing good deeds would definitely give him merit. The more good deeds he did, the more merit he would obtain. For a time, the human race set off a huge competition to do good deeds. Not long after Feng Zichen ordered people to post the myriad gods diagram, Great Emperor Ziwei, Heavenly Emperor, and Great Emperor of the South Pole and the Heavenly Court seemed to have sensed it. They jointly took out the investiture of the gods and hung it on the southern heavenly gate. Once the investiture of the gods was out, the immortal god calamity began. In the blink of an eye, monstrous tribulation aura spread out from the void. Soon, it spread to every corner of the chaos realm. At this time, all those who cultivated the postnatal Tao sensed that the immortal god calamity had arrived. If they wanted to take another step forward, they had to step into the mortal world and transcend the tribulation. If they passed it, everything would be fine. They would be free for an eternity. If they couldn't, everything would be over. They would die and their souls would be destroyed. If they faced the tribulation and their souls entered the investiture of the gods, although they were lucky to not die, they would have no fate with the immortal Tao. In the future, they would belong to the divine Tao and enjoy the status of a righteous god. They seemed to be immortal, but they would be enslaved by others. It would be miserable. When the immortal god calamity began, although the immortals were helpless, they couldn't refuse. They had no choice but to take out their weapons and enter the mortal world to transcend the tribulation. Transcending the tribulation now? Since it was a killing tribulation, they naturally had to kill to transcend the tribulation. This time, when the immortals entered the mortal world, they were destined to set off a bloody storm. They would kill until the immortals cried blood. Only in this way could they survive the killing tribulation. As soon as the immortal god calamity broke out, the 5 saints, who had long been prepared, immediately arranged for their disciples to enter the mortal world to transcend the tribulation and assist the destined Son of Heaven to obtain the position of the human emperor. Under the orders of the 3 pure ones, except for Yun Zhongzi and perfected Lord Daoda, the rest of the disciples of the Chan school all left Kunlun Mountain to assist the East King, Daoist Donghua, to compete for the position of the human emperor. As for the disciples of the Jie school, except for the 4 personal disciples who had previously helped the human clan, the 3 pure ones, and more than a dozen other inner sect disciples, the rest of the disciples all left the East Sea to assist the East King of the human clan, Daoist Donghua. There were more than 10,000 disciples of the Jie school. The scene of 10,000 immortals leaving the East Sea together really alarmed many people. Unfortunately, their trip was destined to be a tragedy from the very beginning. Although they were in high spirits at the moment, after the war, those who could really return here were probably more than 10. While the 3 pure ones sent their disciples to assist the East King, the 2 sages of the West did not fall behind. They opened the mountain gate and sent their disciples to assist the West King, Daoist Xian. Moreover, the 2 sages of the West were very cunning. They felt that it was not safe to only send their disciples, so they had to add more chips to Daoist Xian. Therefore, the 2 of them came up with some ideas. It was unknown where the 2 of them got the Khanate Phoenix Chi from. Through it, they used a secret technique to forcibly extract a trace of the Phoenix clan's destiny and added it to Daoist Xian. Because of this, the Phoenix ancestor was furious. She came to the world at all costs and personally rushed to the West to find trouble with the 2 sages of the West. The 2 sages of the West were in the wrong and naturally did not dare to meet the Phoenix ancestor. They found an excuse to hide. They knew that the Phoenix ancestor could not stay in the world for a long time in her state. As long as they delayed for a while, the Phoenix ancestor's power would be exhausted and she would naturally leave. Their idea was quite good. Unfortunately, they forgot that as the former ruler of the world, the Phoenix ancestor was not easy to deal with. Unable to find the 2 sages of the West, the Phoenix ancestor was furious and burned Mount Meru to vent her anger. Only then did she swagger away. The Phoenix ancestor's Nirvana heavenly fire was also known as the inextinguishable heavenly fire. It was powerful enough to be ranked in the top 3 in the primitive world. It was said that it could even ignite all Khanate Daos. Its power could be imagined. Once the Nirvana heavenly fire fell into Mount Meru, it burned everything it saw, whether it was soil, stone, or water. As long as it existed, it could become its fuel. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, the Nirvana heavenly fire spread to the entire Mount Meru. As for the protective mountain array of Mount Meru, it had been burned by the Nirvana heavenly fire long ago and became one of its main fuel. Due to their fear of the Phoenix ancestor, even if Mount Meru was burned, the 2 of them did not dare to come out. They could only watch as the Nirvana heavenly fire spread and burned inch by inch on Mount Meru. After the Phoenix ancestor vented her anger and left Mount Meru, the 2 sages of the West hurriedly ran out to put out the fire. Unfortunately, the Nirvana heavenly fire was still too powerful. By the time Junti and Jane put out the fire, Mount Meru had been burned to a barren land. Nothing on the mountain was left. Everything was burned to ashes. Mount Meru, which was originally shining with divine light, was now pitch black like a huge piece of black coal. Fortunately, the disciples and the main treasures on the mountain had been moved away by the 2 of them in advance. Otherwise, the Western sect would have lost more than that. It would have been enough to make the 2 sages of the Western sect vomit blood. However, even so, the 2 sages of the Western sect had lost a lot of face this time. Their mountain gate had been burned. How could they not be embarrassed? Fortunately, the 2 of them were already used to the destruction of their mountain gate and did not care too much. It had to be said that Mount Meru was quite unlucky. There were only 2 owners in total, but each one was worse than the other. First, it was destroyed once by the demon ancestor Luoho. Then, it was destroyed several times by the West sect. The 2 of them were already used to it. They had also repaired Mount Meru. From this, it could be seen how many times Mount Meru had been destroyed. This was the divine mountain in the primordial world, second only to Mount Kunlun. It was the ancestral mountain of the West. The most miserable sacred mountain in the primordial world was Mount Meru. It was the most miserable. After Mount Meru was destroyed, the 2 sages of the Western sect were heartbroken. Why did they take the risk of offending the Phoenix ancestor and forcibly extract the fate of the Phoenix clan and bless Daoist Xian? Did they still remember the image of the Shang dynasty's fate? The destined Xian bird descended and gave birth to the Shang dynasty. The image of the Shang dynasty's fate was the Xian bird. The Xian bird was one of the 5 phoenixes. It was one of the descendants of the phoenix. Before Feng Zichen became the human emperor, he was the son of the Shang emperor. Although in the end, he replaced the Xian bird with Xianhua and reset the universe. However, it was undeniable that there was more or less a trace of the Xian bird's aura in the current human clan's fate. The two sages of the Western sect had sensed the aura of the Xian bird. That was why they had coveted the fate of the Phoenix clan. That was what they thought. Although the Xian bird was strong, it was still weaker than the Phoenix clan. In this way, they could transform Daoist Xian's fate into the image of the Phoenix clan. Wouldn't they be able to suppress the human emperor? It had to be said that the two sages of the Western sect were really geniuses. They could even come up with such an idea. It was indeed as they thought. If the image of Daoist Xian's fate appeared in the form of the Phoenix clan, it could indeed restrain the Xian bird. Although it was only a trivial trace, there was no room for error in the battle of the Great Path. If they could take advantage of it, they would take advantage of it. Because the point that they did not care about might become the last straw that broke the camel's back in the end. It would become the key to victory. This, on Mount Kunlun, the three pure ones saw the performance of the two sages of the Western sect. The expressions on their faces were extremely interesting. They did not expect that there would be someone who was so shrewd that they would not let go of even the slightest opportunity. Hiss, in the human emperor's palace, Feng Zichen saw the performance of the two sages of the Western sect and could not help but gasp. The two of them were so terrifying that they really could not be kept alive. This time, he had really met his match. This shrewdness was half of his style. Unfortunately, he really had too many backup plans, so many that he could not bear to use them to bully the other party. Otherwise, with just the two sages of the Western sect's move, Feng Zichen would have to find a way to break the situation now. But there were no ifs in reality. Feng Zichen, who had countless trump cards, was now sitting calmly on the fishing platform, watching the performance of the five sages unhurriedly. In this wave, he was already invincible. Countless years of painstaking calculations were not in vain. All of them were revealed at this moment, becoming his invincible capital. Unless Pengu came back to life and stood on the side of the three pure ones, Feng Zichen would never fail. Even if Dao ancestor Hong Jun came, Feng Zichen would not hesitate to use the dharma of Pengu standing in the primitive world to fight him back. Oh, I'm so confident. Invincible. The three pure ones sent their disciples to support Dong Wangkeng, and the impact was not so simple. It should be known that this time, not only the disciples of the three sects needed to enter the world to pass the tribulation, but also all the cultivators who cultivated the acquired path. There were more than hundreds of millions of cultivators in the world. The number was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Among them, how many were the disciples and disciples of the three pure ones? Feng Zichen did not know, and neither did the three pure ones, but they all knew that this number was definitely beyond their imagination. Because the entire acquired path was built by the three pure ones. If one really wanted to trace the source, few acquired path cultivators could not be related to the three pure ones. Now, the three pure ones had made it clear that they wanted to support Daoist Donghua, and the impact on these cultivators could be imagined. Chapter 783. Apart from some cultivators who wanted to settle their personal grudges, most of the remaining cultivators chose to seek refuge with East King Daoist Donghua after hesitating for a while, intending to fight for a future with him. Not all cultivators thought that the investiture of the gods was a cage. Many cultivators dreamed of entering the investiture of the gods. After becoming immortal, wasn't the pursuit of immortality? However, immortality was difficult to prove. Most golden immortals could not reach the threshold of the Daoist Taoist priests even if they spent their entire lives. Therefore, the alternative immortality brought about by leaving their names on the investiture of the gods became the pursuit of these cultivators. Those who sought the Tao were not afraid of death. Those who sought immortality were most afraid of death. After receiving the help of the itinerant immortals, Daoist Donghua's power could be said to have expanded rapidly. Soon, it surpassed the forces of the other two rebel leaders and left them far behind. A single itinerant immortal might not be strong, but when the power of most itinerant immortals was combined, the power that erupted would make even saints look askance. It might not be stronger than the Jie school, but it was definitely stronger than the Chan school. The East King Daoist Donghua had the help of the three pure ones, while the West King Daoist Ziyun had the help of the two sages of the West. What did the South King God have? He had the help of the Chaos Fiend God. Silently, the majestic Chaos Essence Qi spread in the territory of the South King God, causing the living beings there to slowly become stronger. Not only the human clan, but all living beings bathed in the Chaos Essence Qi, regardless of whether they were flowers, trees, birds, beasts, fish, or insects, would obtain great benefits. This was because this was the Qi of all creation, which was better than the Qi of heaven and earth. However, the purpose of releasing the Chaos Essence Qi was not to strengthen the living beings under his command. This was just a side effect. His real purpose was to strengthen the Khanate ferocious beasts under his command. That's right, Khanate ferocious beasts. They were not Khanate ferocious beasts from the chaos, but Khanate ferocious beasts born in the untainted land. As long as heaven and earth existed, there would be endless ferocious beasts. Therefore, there was never a lack of Khanate ferocious beasts in the untainted land. However, after a few massacres, even if the Khanate ferocious beasts could reproduce, their vitality would be greatly damaged. From their original state where they could be seen everywhere, they were reduced to rare species in the primeval age. If it weren't for the fact that the heaven and earth had been nurturing Xiantian ferocious beasts, this race would have been wiped out long ago. It was precisely because of this that Feng Zichen set his sights elsewhere. He looked down on the Khanate ferocious beasts in the untainted world. They were too weak and too few. But he didn't like it, but God did. Well, it wasn't that he was interested in them. It was mainly because in the current situation, he had no other way to improve the strength of his subordinates other than using the innate ferocious beasts. He saw that the forces of East King Daoist Donghua and West King Daoist Ziyun were constantly strengthening, while his force was still in place. He was about to be left far behind by the two of them. God is so anxious. He had no choice but to use his authority as a chaos fiend god to forcibly conscript tens of thousands of innate ferocious beasts. As soon as the chaos demon god gave the order, the inborn ferocious beasts dared not refuse. They immediately ran over. Tens of thousands of innate ferocious beasts were a large number, but their strength was unsightly. There were almost no Tai Jingxian beasts, and only 2 or 3 golden immortals. The rest were all Xian immortals and divine immortals, who were not very useful. Once again, God had no choice but to grit his teeth and dig out a piece of flesh from his broken body of the chaos demon god. He turned it into the purest chaotic vital energy and poured it into the bodies of these innate ferocious beasts, forcibly improving their realm. Fortunately, now that the Daoist Taoist priests were not around, God only needed to improve their strength to the level of Lord of Tai. Tens of thousands of innate ferocious beasts at the level of Lord of Tai were definitely an extremely powerful force. In this era when the Daoist Taoist priests were not around, they could almost sweep the world. After improving the strength of the innate ferocious beasts, God selected tens of thousands of warriors from his subordinates to control these innate ferocious beasts. They were called ferocious beast riders. No matter how bold God was, he could not directly release tens of thousands of innate ferocious beasts to attack the divine city of the human clan. Otherwise, the human clan and the rebel army would join hands to kill him first. Innate ferocious beasts were the public enemies of the untainted land. Once they were discovered, all the creatures in the untainted land had the obligation to kill them. Under such circumstances, 1 or 2 innate ferocious beasts might not be a big deal, but once the innate ferocious beasts formed a large scale, what awaited them would be the joint strangulation of the untainted land masters. Therefore, in the untainted land, there were very few innate ferocious beasts in a large scale. God was determined to be the human emperor, so it was even more impossible for him to do such a heinous thing. Therefore, God thought for a long time and came up with a wonderful idea. He turned the innate ferocious beasts into the mounts of his subordinates and formed a powerful cavalry. After becoming the mounts, their lives were controlled by their masters, and the innate ferocious beasts became controllable. In this way, when they formed a large scale, the world had no reason to attack them. He was really a clever little ghost. After solving the problem of the innate ferocious beasts, God's power rose and became the power second only to the East King among the three rebel armies. The invincible innate ferocious beast cavalry was the capital of the righteous God to dominate the world. The West King, Daoist Ziyun, became the weakest of the three. However, Daoist Ziyun did not care at all. Although he was the weakest, he had the closest relationship with the human clan. He was the natural human emperor. Now, Daoist Ziyun was waiting. He was waiting for the three sides to kill each other and exhaust each other. When all three sides were defeated and injured, it would be time for him to rise. Good fellow. Each one is better than the other. In the human emperor palace, Feng Zichen's eyes lit up when he saw God use innate ferocious beasts to create an invincible cavalry. This was a good idea. Why didn't he think of it? When the time was right, he would do the same and create an invincible cavalry. In terms of generosity, Feng Zichen was much more generous. If he wanted to make a move, it would not be as simple as Taoist Lord of Tai. At the very least, it would be Taoist priests who were half a step away from Daluo. Looking again, Feng Zichen found that the East King Kung and the Chaos Demon God were showing signs of attacking the city. He ordered, inform the soldiers guarding the city. If they can hold the city, then do it. If they can't, then abandon it. Return to the ancestral land of the human clan first. The battle between us is not about the loss of a city or a land, but about the game with the upper class. In short, if you can't win, then retreat. Return to the ancestral land of the human clan first and preserve your useful bodies for the final battle. After receiving Feng Zichen's order, the soldiers guarding the city immediately understood that His Majesty had a big plan and was ready to trick them. As for being scared? What a joke. In front of the three saints, the Saint Emperor dared to fight to the death. How could such a person be scared? Wouldn't that be a joke? After receiving Feng Zichen's order, the soldiers guarding the city felt confident and no longer had any burdens. They planned to have fun with the rebel army. The plan was carried out boldly, as if defending the city was not a big deal. Indeed, it was not a big deal. Since His Majesty had given the order that they did not need to defend the city, they naturally wanted to have fun. Faced with the soldiers guarding the city who had completely let themselves go, the rebel army was very unlucky. Although they had taken down many cities, they were also covered in dirt and suffered heavy losses. Just as the battle between the two sides became more and more intense, the Netherworld, which had been silent for many years, finally moved. In the center of the Netherworld, in Fengdu City, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu took out the ghost sealing roll and handed it to his trusted general. He asked him to lead the army to the exit of the Netherworld and stick the roll on the gate of hell to accept the heroic spirits of the past and present. His subordinate received the order and led the army to the gate of hell in a grandiose manner. He then stuck the ghost sealing roll on the gate of hell. Whoosh, the ghost sealing roll opened wide, and countless mysterious runes appeared. They reflected a faint cold light, causing the already cold and desolate Netherworld to become even colder. Boom, in the next moment, monstrous Yin Qi spread out and surged out from the ghost sealing roll. It poured into the human world, and in an instant, it spread across the entire primordial land. In an instant, thousands of ghosts sensed it and let out mournful ghost howls. They swept up gusts of Yin wind and swept towards the Netherworld. These were all heroic spirits who had died in battle. Although they were dead, their fighting spirit was not extinguished. They had turned into indestructible heroic spirits that lingered in the world. Originally, when the murderous qi on these heroic spirits was almost worn away, the investiture of the gods would descend and lead them into the heavenly realm, turning them into heavenly soldiers to guard the heavenly court. But now, with the appearance of the ghost sealing roll, after sensing the aura of these indestructible heroic spirits, it directly put these heroic spirits away and prepared to turn them into Yin soldiers to guard the Yin court. In other words, these indestructible heroic spirits had no fate with the investiture of the gods. Such a huge commotion caused by the ghost sealing roll naturally alarmed the saints on Mount Kunlun. What? What does the netherworld want to do? Opening their eyes, the 5 saints looked in the direction of the netherworld with gloomy eyes. With the addition of the ghost sealing roll, the power of the investiture of the gods would be stronger. At the same time, the saints would suffer more losses. This was because the names on the roll had to be filled with the lives of their disciples. The 5 saints were furious. They really wanted to kill the netherworld and tear the ghost sealing roll into pieces. Unfortunately, they couldn't. Even saints had to think about the overall situation. Now, with a great enemy outside, the 9 chaos demon gods swaggered in the chaos beyond the heavens. It was not the time to start a civil war. Otherwise, if anything went wrong, they would be the sinners of the primordial world. You're lucky to have come at the right time. We'll let you off this time. In the future, we'll settle the karma. The 5 saints looked coldly in the direction of the netherworld and withdrew their gazes. This time, they temporarily gave up on breaking into the netherworld to settle the score with the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu for the sake of the overall situation. However, this did not mean that this matter would be over just like that. The 5 saints were petty and very vengeful. There would be more trouble in the future. This matter was not over. Feng Zichen did not care about what the 5 saints thought at all. In fact, he could not even be bothered to care about the 3 rebel armies attacking and seizing territory. Because there was no need. In his eyes, the various cultivation bases of the rebel armies were like children playing around. They were all under his control, so how could they attract his attention? Just as Feng Zichen had planned, the human army retreated in defeat, constantly losing territory and retreating. The 3 allied armies pressed forward step by step, attacking and seizing territory along the way, gradually forcing their way to the ancestral land of the human race. They won so easily that even the 3 rebel armies sensed that something was wrong. However, they had no choice. Even if they knew that it was a trap, they had to grit their teeth and step on it. At this time, there was no possibility of retreat. They could only grit their teeth and continue forward. Moreover, Daoist Dong Hua and the other 2 also vaguely understood what Feng Zichen's plan was. He was shrinking his strength and concentrating his main force in the ancestral land of the human race. Then, he was preparing to kill the 3 of them in one fell swoop during the decisive battle, so as to reorganize the mountains and rivers and stabilize the world. This plan was very good, but how could the 3 of them let Feng Zichen have his way? Feng Zichen was accumulating strength, but the 3 of them were also accumulating strength. When they attacked the ancestral land of the human race, it was not certain who would be stronger. At this moment, there was still some time before the decisive battle. As long as they accumulated enough strength during this period of time, the scales of victory would tip in their favor. The 3 of them working together would not be unable to defeat the human emperor, right? The human emperor was powerful, and the 3 of them were natural allies. They agreed to work together to fight against the human emperor. After the human emperor fell, who among the 3 of them would rule the world would depend on their own abilities. Feng Zichen did not know what the 3 of them were thinking. If he knew, he would probably laugh his head off. Children, you are still too naive. Do you think that the ancestral land of the human race contains all of his strength? He was wrong, and he was gravely wrong. The human race in the ancestral land of the human race had never been Feng Zichen's trump card, nor was it his strongest power. The ancestral land of the human race was just the tip of the iceberg of Feng Zichen's strength. But even so, the 3 of them were forced to go all out. It was really sad. They thought that they had seen hope, but they did not know that at the end of that hope, there was endless despair hidden. Since the beginning of the war, almost every once in a while, there would be immortals who unfortunately died and their souls returned to the investiture of the gods. And these were only those who were qualified to return to the investiture of the gods. Those who were not qualified to be on the investiture of the gods died even more. In just a few decades, countless immortals had died. Red blood constantly flowed from the corpses of the immortals and gods, forming rivers of blood that dyed the primitive land red. Between heaven and earth, there was a smell of blood everywhere. Of course, because of the large-scale death of the immortals and gods, more and more origins returned to heaven and earth, and the spiritual chi between heaven and earth became more and more active and rich. If one could ignore the blood-stained mountains and rivers, in a trance, one would think that a golden age had arrived. A golden age stained with blood. It was believed that when the calamity was over, heaven and earth would usher in a golden age of cultivation. This was what it meant to abolish and rebuild. However, Feng Zichen no longer paid attention to heaven and earth. Because at this moment, the attention of the great masters, including him and the saints, was no longer in the primitive world, but in the chaos outside the heavens. Chapter 784. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Countless primordial ferocious beasts began to attack the untainted land under the orders of the 9 chaos demon gods. After 100 years of gathering, the untainted land had recruited more than 3,000 Daoist Taoist priests to form a solid line of defense in front of the boundless starry sky to resist the invasion of the primordial ferocious beasts. To be honest, the untainted land had indeed declined. All the Daoist Taoist priests added up to only about 4,000. This number was only comparable to that of the demon clan at its peak. This decline was a little scary. It could not be ruled out that there were still some Daoist Taoist priests hiding in the untainted land and did not respond to the summons. But even if there were some Daoist Taoist priests hiding, how many could there be? Even if there were 1,000 of them. In total, there were only about 5,000 of them. This number of Daoist Taoist priests was undoubtedly much lower than the number of Daoist Taoist priests at its peak in the untainted land. Looking at the 4,000 Daoist Taoist priests in front of them, they were not happy at all. Instead, they felt that it was over. The untainted land was going downhill. In the long run, the cultivation environment would become more and more difficult. Under such circumstances, could the world still nurture a new Daoist Xianxia of the primordial chaos? Thinking of this, many great mediums could not help but be covered with a layer of haze in their hearts. As for those who had become Daoist Xianxia of the primordial chaos, although they were not worried, they were also in a bad mood. Looking at the primordial ferocious beasts, which numbered no less than 10,000 Taoist priests, and then looking at the less than 4,000 Daoist Taoist priests on their side, no one would be in a good mood. The gap was really too big. 4,000 against 10,000. No matter how he looked at it, he was bound to lose. He had to take some measures. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome if the primordial fierce beasts really rushed into the untainted land. According to the bet, any place that had been ravaged by innate stage ferocious beasts would become the territory of the chaos demon god. How could he allow others to sleep peacefully beside his bed? Just the thought of being neighbors with a chaos fiend god was enough to make one's scalp numb. None of the people present were willing to do so. Even Saint Jianghu, a descendant of Chaos Fiend God, was unwilling to be neighbors with Chaos Fiend God. In fact, compared to Feng Zichen and the rest, the two of them were even more hostile towards the Chaos Demon Celestial. They were afraid. They were afraid that one day, the Chaos Demon God would choose to devour them in order to recover his strength. As the descendants of the Chaos Demon God, their existence itself was the greatest tonic for the Chaos Demon God who gave birth to them. As long as he devoured them, he could plunder everything from them and recover a lot of his origin. Therefore, the two saints, who were unwilling to work for other people, hated the Chaos Fiend gods so much that they couldn't wait for them to die. Looking at the innate stage ferocious beasts rushing over, everyone frowned subconsciously. They expected that there would be many innate stage ferocious beasts, but they didn't expect that there would be so few Daoist Taoist priests on their side. Therefore, they couldn't think of a solution at the moment. As for asking the great medium to take action, The Chaos Fiend God only sent innate-stage ferocious beasts at the level of Taoist priests. His meaning was already very obvious. This battle stopped with the Daoist Taoist priests. The existences above were not allowed to intervene. Otherwise, this battle would evolve into an unprecedented war. Seeing that everyone really couldn't think of a solution, Feng Zichen frowned in the human emperor palace. After hesitating for a moment, he took the immortal dragon city from the territory of the human clan and placed it in the outer chaos, turning it into an invincible line of defense to help the Taoist priests protect the untainted land. Seeing this, even the 5 saints who were extremely dissatisfied with Feng Zichen couldn't help but lower their noble heads and thank Feng Zichen. Taoist Gaochen is so righteous that we are far inferior to you. Hearing this, Feng Zichen in the human emperor palace just curled his lips in disdain. Righteous or not, it was all bullshit. If he really wanted to thank him, why didn't he use practical actions to express his gratitude? For example, asking Taoist Dong Hua and Taoist Ziyun to surrender immediately? It was just a matter of saying something. Anyway, he didn't have to pay the price. It was just a gesture. How sincere could it be? As soon as the immortal dragon city appeared, the human clan Taoist priests among the 4,000 Taoist priests immediately sensed it. In a flash, they appeared above the immortal dragon city. As they moved, the cosmic light galaxy formation slowly unfolded and resonated with Zhoxing behind them, drawing in endless starlight and adding it to the immortal dragon city, raising its power to another level. Rumble vast waves of energy erupted from the immortal dragon city, forming waves of ripples that swept forward like tides. In an instant, the ripples swept across and those connate ferocious beasts charging at the front were crushed into a mist of blood before they could even scream. Roar after that, an earth-shattering dragon roar sounded. In the sky above the immortal dragon city, the immortal divine dragon reappeared. Its body was endless, like a high and mighty god overlooking everything. The immortal dragon city wasn't an offensive magic treasure. It was a defensive magic treasure. The more people who used it, the more power it could unleash. With the support of the immortal dragon city, the defense of the 4,000 Daoist Taoist priests would at least double. It was comparable to 8,000 Daoist Taoist priests. In this way, the possibility of everyone defending the eldritch world was greatly increased. Roar the death of their own kind didn't cause any fear in the connate ferocious beasts. On the contrary, under the stimulation of fresh blood, the remaining connate ferocious beasts' ferocity seemed to have been stimulated. They all entered a frenzied state and fearlessly attacked the immortal dragon city. Above the immortal dragon city, the Taoist priests didn't hold back when they saw the connate ferocious beasts attacking. Those with power gathered together, such as the human clan, the sorcerer clan, the demon clan, and the connate clan, and formed their own formations to fight against the ferocious beasts. As for those without power, they used the immortal dragon city as a defense. They activated their natal magic treasures and attacked the connate ferocious beasts from afar. Regardless of whether they had power or not, everyone was silently using their own methods to protect the eldritch world that gave birth to them. An earth-shattering battle was about to begin. With such a great disparity in power, Feng Zichen, Zhuandi, and the others didn't want to capture the connate ferocious beasts alive. Now, they only wanted their subordinates to do their best to kill the connate ferocious beasts. They couldn't let them take half a step into the eldritch world. As soon as the battle began, it entered its most intense moment. Both sides used all their strength to kill each other. All kinds of magical treasures danced in the chaos, reflecting all kinds of light. It was gorgeous and moving. In a moment, the chaos beyond the heavens was dyed with blood. The torn flesh of the connate ferocious beasts and the remains of magical treasures were everywhere. The roaming chaos chi was gradually dyed with a layer of blood. The battle became more and more intense. Right at this moment, blood-colored altars appeared one after another silently. Hidden within the chaos chi, they continued to devour the flesh and blood around them. That was the blood altar. It was also where Feng Zichen thought they would win this battle. Once the blood altar devoured enough flesh and blood to purify, the Daoist Taoist priests of the human clan would be immortal like a saint. Then, the battle would be much simpler. They would just have to see who couldn't hold on first. Whoever couldn't hold on first would be the loser. The one who could hold on would win the final victory. Those creatures of the eldritch world are interesting. They actually agreed to our suggestion. Don't they know that those connate ferocious beasts are endless to us? In the deepest part of the chaos beyond the heavens, the 9 chaos demon gods hiding here were laughing and discussing. They didn't care about the consumption of the connate ferocious beasts at all. That was because they could easily create connate ferocious beasts. Even the connate ferocious beasts at the level of the Daoist Taoist priests were the same. The chaos demon gods living in the chaos beyond the heavens could create tens of thousands of connate ferocious beasts with just one arm, and they were all at the level of the Daoist Taoist priests. If they added in natural treasures like the chaos divine stone, the number would be several times higher. Would the chaos demon gods living in the chaos beyond the heavens lack treasures like the chaos divine stone? Of course not. After living in the chaos beyond the heavens for so many years, these chaos demon gods didn't waste their time. Other than healing in seclusion, they spent the rest of their time collecting all kinds of magic treasures. After all, they weren't the only ones injured in the battle of splitting open the heavens. Their chaos spiritual treasures were also injured. They needed to devour all kinds of chaos divine objects. It was much easier for the chaos demon gods to find chaos divine objects in the chaos beyond the heavens than for Fengzichen. After all, the chaos demon gods were also known as the sons of chaos. Wasn't it easy to find chaos divine objects? Because of this, the chaos demon gods all had a large number of chaos divine objects in their hands. This meant that as long as they were willing, they could create a large number of high-level connate ferocious beasts through the chaos divine objects with just a little bit of their origin. The number of chaos divine objects they could create depended on how many chaos divine objects they had. In that case, these connate ferocious beasts wouldn't be few. The 9 chaos demon gods probably weren't exaggerating when they said that there would be an endless supply. This time, the wilderness was really in danger. Dao ancestor Hongjuan's decision was a little hasty. But was that really the case? Would the cunning, and resourceful Dao ancestor Hongjun really be schemed against by others? Time flew like an arrow, and the sun and moon shuttled back and forth. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. The battle in the chaos beyond the heavens was becoming more and more intense. At this moment, not only had the connate ferocious beasts suffered heavy casualties, but the wilderness had also seen blood. Huge cracks had appeared on the immortal dragon city. Although the immortal power was constantly repairing the cracks, the speed at which the cracks were expanding was far faster than the speed at which the immortal power was repairing it. This also caused the cracks on the immortal dragon city to be difficult to repair. The cracks on the immortal dragon city also indicated that there was a flaw in its invincible defense. Through these flaws, the connate ferocious beasts' attacks surged in like tidal waves, bringing great pressure to the wilderness Taoist priests. Gradually, Taoist priests were injured, and then Taoist priests were gradually unable to withstand the attacks. They were torn apart by the violent super skills, and their blood splattered everywhere. With the first Taoist priest falling, there would be a second, a third, and a fourth. Soon, dozens of Taoist priests had fallen. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, the wilderness tribes immediately took on the responsibilities that they should have. The wilderness tribes led by the human tribe, including the demon tribe, the sorcerer tribe, and the connate tribe, stepped forward bravely and blocked the immortal dragon city's flaws, facing the most dangerous situation directly. With the help of the human tribe and the other tribes, the pressure on the itinerant cultivators and the small tribes was greatly reduced. However, the pressure on the tribes multiplied. Especially the human tribe, they were facing the greatest pressure. Among the more than 4,000 connate Taoist priests present, the human tribe Taoist priests were the most numerous, but they weren't the strongest. It wasn't because of their realms, but because of their Dharma treasures. The human tribe Taoist priests were basically born after the Great War between the sorcerer tribe and the demon tribe, and missed the golden period of the wilderness. Most Taoist priests didn't have connate spiritual treasures. As for the other tribes, such as the demon tribe, the sorcerer tribe, and the connate tribe, because they were born in the most glorious period of the wilderness, each of them had a connate spiritual treasure. On average, each of them had 2 connate spiritual treasures, let alone 1. This was the advantage of being born early, and the human tribe didn't enjoy it at all. But even so, the human tribe still gave birth to hundreds of Daoist Taoist priests. From this, it could be seen that Feng Zichen's means were powerful. In terms of cultivating experts, even Dao ancestor Hong Jun couldn't compare to Feng Zichen. An ordinary connate spiritual treasure could increase the strength of Daoist Taoist priests by at least 3 times. If it was a powerful connate spiritual treasure, it could increase their strength by several times. From this, it could be seen that connate spiritual treasures were important to Daoist Taoist priests. The human tribe Taoist priests were at a disadvantage because they didn't have connate spiritual treasures. As a result, even though they had the most Daoist Taoist priests, they weren't the strongest in terms of power. Similarly, without the help of connate spiritual treasures, the human tribe Taoist priests were also having a harder time than others when facing the attacks of connate ferocious beasts. In the distance, Great Emperor Ziwei's heart skipped a beat when he saw this scene. He wanted to rummage through his treasure vault to see if he could find some connate spiritual treasures to help the human tribe Taoist priests. However, before Great Emperor Ziwei could take action, Saint Taiching suddenly sighed and said, "Sigh, they are the heroes of the primordial heroes. Alas, they are all heroes who guard the untainted world. How can I bear to watch them fight barehanded? Let me do something for them." As he spoke, Saint Taiching waved his sleeve and took out dozens of connate spiritual treasures. He threw them at the human tribe Taoist priests. After him, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning also took out dozens of connate spiritual treasures expressionlessly and threw them to the human tribe Taoist priests. As for the Grand Master of Heaven, he had given away his treasures many times. No matter how rich he was about to run out. However, this time, he gritted his teeth and took out more than 10 connate spiritual treasures without hesitation. Although there weren't many of these connate spiritual treasures and they were far less than the connate spiritual treasures that Saint Taiching and the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning had taken out, they won in terms of quality. You're tuning in to the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.